horseback. I rode a horse, Tara rode a mule, and sometimes we would get off the horse and mule just to let them rest because we felt bad. This part of the trail looks very flat, but part of it was really very steep, going uphill and over boulders. And we felt sorry for the animals. So when we would get to a flat area, we would get off and let them rest. And over the edge of that trail, it drops off about 1,000 feet. So, and at times the trail was about a third as wide as that. So we went up this mountain because we had been told that many siddhas meditated and did their sadhana on top of this mountain for hundreds and hundreds or even thousands of years. And very importantly, Maha Avatar Babaji was often seen on this mountain by the local people. When we approached the summit, there were these caves that you see in the center of the screen. And we were told that siddhas did their sadhana in these caves. It was almost at the very top of the mountain. The only way to get to the caves was these little goat trails that you see off on the left-hand side. Tara and I would like to go back and actually do our sadhana in those caves. Now, the local people have many accounts of seeing or meeting Maha Avatar Babaji on this mountain. And we stayed with a family. The father showed us a book that he had. It was handwritten, and it contained the accounts of local people who had darshan or met Maha Avatar Babaji. Maha Avatar Babaji, I think I don't have to explain, I'm sure you all know. Paramahansa Yogananda wrote extensively about him in the spiritual classic Autobiography of a Yogi. And Maha Avatar Babaji gave the teaching of Kriya Yoga to Lahiri Mahasya, who in turn gave it to his disciple, Sri Yukteswar, who was the guru of Paramahansa Yogananda. Here's a picture of Babaji in the center, surrounded by the Tamil siddhas. Now, there's one point that I love to explain, and I would like to share it with you right now, because I think it's really important. Great siddhas can attain something called jiva samadhi. I'm sure probably you've heard of Maha Samadhi, but there's also something called Jiva Samadhi that is different from Maha Samadhi. Our Siddha Guru attained Maha Samadhi on August 3rd, this past August 3rd. Many great saints in India have attained Maha Samadhi. You could go down a list of all the great saints. Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi, Sri Aurobindo, Shirdi Sai Baba, on and on and on. Amazingly great saints. But when they died, they left a physical body. They left a physical body, and that body was either cremated or buried. However, there's another phenomenon called Jiva Samadhi, where the saint, when they know that they're going to leave the body, they tell their disciples, usually one disciple who's their closest disciple, they tell him or her that they're going to leave the body, and they've already given instructions on what should be done with their body. And what they do is they then entomb the body. They entomb it. They build a tomb around the body. And the saint they may go to another loka. They may go to Shiva loka, Brahma loka, Shiva loka, wherever. They may take part of their soul away to another dimension, but they leave part of their soul and their consciousness in that body. And they then reside in that body. And these jiva samadhis are extremely, extremely powerful. We attained a book in India about 200 jiva samadhis all over India. Now, one point that is extremely interesting is that when Buddha was alive, Shakyamuni, Buddha, he told his disciples, when I am gone, build temples over the jiva samadhis of great siddhas. So all over India, especially in South India, where there still are wonderful temples, in the north, many temples were destroyed. But in South India, especially, there are many temples where the sanctum sanctorum actually is built directly over the jiva samadhi of a great siddha, and that body is still under that sanctum sanctorum. So Buddha gave the instruction, when I'm gone, build temples over the jiva samadhi of great siddhas. One of the most wonderful great saints that we met in India, and this is when we went to that mountain that I just told you about, someone said, would you like to meet my guru? He's 125 years old. And of course, we said, yes, absolutely, we'd love to meet him. His name is Paramananda Puri Maharaj. And this is him. We met him at his cave in the Himalayas, in the Kumaon area of Uttarakhand. And now he's 131 years old. 131 years old. In fact, we've met him 3 different times over the years. And we're going to meet him again very soon. Now, he had darshan of Maha-Avatar Babaji 3 times during his life. The first time was at the Kumbh Mela in 1927. 1927. He's 131 now. You know, it always makes me laugh when I hear in the news they talk about who the oldest person on earth is, and they say, oh, that person is 115 years old. Well, we met a man who's 131, and there are many more people in the Himalayas who are far older than that. So what's really interesting about him is, number one, he speaks absolutely perfect English. He's completely, totally friendly, amazingly friendly. I think you can see in this photo how friendly he is and how literally blissed out we are to meet him. We stayed with him overnight, and he invited us to come back and meditate in his cave where he had darshan of Babaji the second time. Actually, the third time. The second time he had darshan of Babaji in Varanasi. I asked him, one of the things I really wanted to know is, I had read that he was very close friends with a great saint from the Kumaon area of the Himalayas named Sambari Baba. I said, you knew Sambari Baba, correct? He said, oh yes, I knew him many, many years. And he said, we lived on the glacier at Gangotri for 2 years with no clothing and no food. And I was a little amazed. I said, really? How did you survive living on the ice glacier with no food and no clothing? And he said, we ate the celestial food. And I pointed to my third eye and I said, do you mean the Amrita? that's secreted by the pineal gland? He said, yes, we lived on the celestial food. Now, something else about Sambari Baba that's interesting. He is known that he used to materialize food for multitudes. He would hold large bandaras. All he owned was a blanket that he wrapped around his body and a water bowl. He never had an ashram. He never built a temple. But this man who you're looking at, he was very close friends with Sambari Baba. He was also close friends with Neem Karoli Baba, and he lived with Ananda Mai Ma for 10 years. I said, is it true that Sambari Baba would materialize food for vast numbers of people? He said, oh yes, certainly. One time he had enough food for 2,000 people that he was going to feed, but 3,000 people came, and he took the prana from the Ganga and turned it into food for 1,000 people. So this man, Paramananda Puri Maharaj, is a great, great saint, and we love him dearly. This is another great saint that we met in Tamil Nadu, Maha Ananda Siddha. He used to be an extremely wealthy man. He made a fortune growing turmeric and exporting it all over the world. And he was phenomenally wealthy. But one day, one night actually, after feeding the sadhus at Kalahasti, he was about to go to bed, and what happened? Shiva appeared in his bedroom. He had darshan of Shiva. And Shiva told him, give up all your money, give up your mansions, give up all the companies that you're CEO of, and go move into a cave in Tamil Nadu. And that cave is in a mountain called Mahadeva Malai, Great God Mountain. And he's been living there now for, I think, about 20 years. And when we met him, we walked into the room that you're looking at there. And as soon as he saw us, literally the first 5 seconds, he said, you're going to take me to America. The next morning, my wife woke up, rolled over, and said to me, how are we ever going to get him on an airplane? He only wears one piece of cloth around his waist. He never wears shoes. He has ash all over his body. How are they ever going to let him on an airplane? Well, we asked him later, we asked him about this, and he said, oh no, there's no problem. I have friends who have private jets. They'll fly me anywhere in the world that I want to go. Because he used to be an extremely wealthy man, so he has wealthy friends also. This is a photo of me in his cave. Now, when I say he lives in a cave, you're probably imagining that the cave might be a couple hundred square feet, right? No. The cave is 60,000 square feet. The average home is about 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. The entire interior of the mountain has 5 different caves that are all linked together, and water drips down and forms a pond in the bottom. And there are live cobras in the cave. And he's been living there for approximately around 20 years or so. He very rarely will let someone go in the cave, but on this day, he did allow me to go in, and I felt very blessed. Now, Siddhas were the radical revolutionaries of Indian spirituality. They did not believe in the caste system. And as you know, Ramalinga Swami, Vallalar, did not believe in the caste system. Ramalinga would teach people from any caste, and that is the tradition of the Siddhas. The Siddhas will teach even untouchables And interestingly, some untouchables became siddhas. They would teach women, which of course was not the tradition back then in India. The Brahmins did not teach women, but the siddhas would teach women. So my wife and I love the siddhas because they were purely democratic. They believed that it was every single human being's birthright to know God. Now, the greatest contribution of the siddhas to humanity is their knowledge of health and longevity. Health and longevity, which, of course, is the topic of this conference. One of the most amazing siddhas in the history of India was Mayama. And one of the other members of this conference, Professor Kupaswamy, took us to Mayama's Jiva Samadhi. Now, Mayama lived more than 250 years. In fact, some people say 400 years. Mayama lived at the southern tip of India on the beach at Kanyakumari, surrounded by a pack of dogs. And it was about 20 to 30 dogs. The local people in the beginning thought that she was just a dirty beggar, living naked on the beach. They didn't really respect her. But one day, a dog was run over by a bus on the road, and it was killed. And she ran up from the beach, and she pushed the intestines back in the dog. And then she took tall grass and she wrapped it around the dog. And then she patted the dog and said, "Get up, get up, get up." And the dog got up. It had been dead. It got up and it ran off. And that was when the local people knew, oh my God, she's a saint. She's a siddha. She just brought that dog back to life. And then the local people began to respect her. And her reputation spread. Nowadays, there's a temple there dedicated to her. And Kupaswamy took us to the place where she attained Jiva Samadhi, which is in Salem. This man that's shown in this photo, he was her attendant. He cared for her in the last approximately 18 years of her life. I asked him one day, I said, "Is it true that Mayama would go out and float on driftwood out at sea for months at a time?" He said, "Oh, yes." He said, "The sailors, the fishermen would go out in their boats every day and they would see her way out at sea, floating on driftwood for months at a time." He said, "She was one with the cosmos." Now, Kaya Kalpa is an extremely interesting topic. Kaya Kalpa is the herbal rejuvenative formula. This man, Yanananda, he traveled all over India, all over Asia, actually. He went through Burma and Tibet, all the way up through China and Russia, and he stayed with great spiritual masters who were practicing spiritual disciplines. He lived with them, and he discovered many masters living high in the Himalayas that were physically beyond 500 years old. And that is when he learned about the Kaya Kalpa formula that preserves the body in health for more than 100 years. This man, Tapaswiji Maharaj, is the saint who lived 185 years. Tara and I had a close relationship, not with him, but with his disciple, who was the son of the man who wrote the biography of Tapaswiji. That man, well, first I should say, Tapaswiji was born in 1770, and he dropped his body in 1955. He lived 185 years by taking the Kaya Kalpa rejuvenation formula 3 times. This is the man who Tara and I were very close friends of. He passed away about 2 years ago. He was the son of the man who wrote the biography of Tapaswiji. His father was the patron of Tapaswiji. Now, when Tapaswiji was, oh, and by the way, I just have to say, that book is one of my 5 favorite spiritual books. It's called Tapaswiji Maharaj, the saint who lived 185 years. It is an amazing account of his life and experiences. So we met Satchidananda, and he took us to the ashram that his father built for Tapaswiji. And when Satchidananda was only 10 years old, he planted those trees, just little saplings. And when we met him, he was in his 90s. So they had been growing for 80 years. And his father built that little kutir, that cottage on the left for Tapaswiji. And this is where Tapaswiji took the Kaya Kalpa the last 2 times that he took it. The first time he took the Kaya Kalpa, he was 102 years old. And this is all described in the book, Tapaswiji Maharaj, the saint who lived 185 years. He was 102 years old when he first took it, and he was debilitated. He had been practicing tapas high in the Himalayas for 40 years. And when I say high in the Himalayas, I just don't mean Badranath and Kedarnath. I mean much higher. For 40 years, living in caves. He could go into samadhi for literally years at a time and not come out of samadhi. At 102, he was very debilitated because he had been sitting up there in these cold caves, fasting, and someone offered him the Kaya Kalpa. You can read about it in the book. And the only thing about it is you had to be in a dark room for 3 months and not eat anything but this herbal paste. Well, he agreed to do it. And when he came out of that dark room after 3 months, he had gone back to how he was when he was 50 years old. He had been rejuvenated back to a man of 50 from 102. The rest of the book is totally amazing. I highly recommend it. Eventually, he moved to this little kutir, and he took the Kaya Kalpa there for two more times. And whenever we take people on spiritual pilgrimages to India, we always take them to Tapaswiji's ashram, and they meditate in that room where he took the Kaya Kalpa. Now, eventually, Tara and I wanted to meet. We wanted to meet a saint that we had heard of named Prahlad Jani. We had read about him on the internet. And we knew a man from Gujarat because Prahlad Jani lived in Gujarat. And we asked this friend of ours in Bangalore, how can we meet Prahlad Jani? He said, oh, it's not possible. You can't meet Prahlad Jani. He lives in the middle of a tiger preserve on a mountaintop, and they won't let you go in. So for 10 years, my wife and I believed this man, and we gave up any hope of ever meeting Prahlad Jani. And then about a year ago, roughly, I posted on Facebook some information and photos of Prahlad Jani. And a man said, "Oh, he's wonderful. I've met him twice." I said, "What? You've met Prahlad Jani? How did you do it?" We thought it was impossible. He said, "Oh, no. He lives on a mountaintop, but he has a tiny ashram down at the bottom of the mountain. And every Sunday and every full moon, he comes down and he blesses people, and you can go." So my wife and I boarded an airplane at 6 in the morning from Delhi, and we went to meet Prahlad Jani. Now, Prahlad Jani is renowned for not having eaten any food for over 80 years. He had darshan of 3 goddesses when he was about 8 years old. And one of those goddesses told him as they departed, "You do not need to eat again for the rest of your life," and touched him on the lips. So when we met him, he was around 90 years old, and he had not eaten any food for over 80 years. He also did not talk. He maintained silence, mauna. One of his seva people told us that his purpose in life was to prove to humanity that you do not need to eat and that you can have a long and healthy life without eating food. And in the last year, he left the body, somewhere in his 90s. We felt extremely fortunate to meet him. In fact, the reason we flew off on that airplane from Delhi was we felt a sense of urgency. We felt that it was extremely important for us to meet him before he dropped the body. And I think we had an intuition that it could be soon. We're writing a book called Wisdom of the Mystic Masters, Siddhas, Saints, and Sages Throughout the Ages. And we wanted to include him in that book. Another photo of Prahlad Jani. And that's my wife, Tara. He allowed us to come inside a fenced-in area. Usually visitors have to stay outside that. But his seva person told him that we were writing a book about great siddhas and saints. And he let us come in to have his darshan. When we got back to Delhi, and by the way, we did this entire trip in one day, from Delhi down to Gujarat, 7 hours in a taxi to the mountain, walking to where his ashram was, walking back, taking the taxi back, and flying back to Delhi. We got back at midnight after leaving at 6 in the morning. We were tired, but we were extremely happy that we had met him. Now, Ramalinga Swami, Vallalar, is one of the absolute greatest Siddha saints that we have ever heard of. Why? Because as I said before, all of these other great masters who were truly great saints like Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi, Aurobindo, Shirdi Sai Baba, on and on and on. They did die eventually. They left a body behind that was dead. Ramalinga did not do that. Ramalinga, at the age of 50, went into a room in Vallalar. This is a photo of my wife and I at the Temple of Wisdom in Vallalar that he built. He went into this room that I'm bowing down in front of the door, and he told his disciples not to unlock the door. He went in, he sat on the floor. He said, "Do not open the door." And much time went by. No food was going in, no water was going in. They were very concerned about his welfare. They thought he might die. And then they saw a flash of purple light under the door. And they thought, wow, what was that? And they opened the door, and he was gone, never to be seen again. He dematerialized his body into the vast grace light, the grace light. And he had been telling them for years that eventually he was going to do this. He said, I am involved in a sadhana, a practice, where I am refining my physical body, more refined, more refined, more refined, more refined. And one day that process will culminate in my physical body merging with the light of God that he called the vast grace light. So Ramalinga is very dear to us. And one day, my wife and I went to Thaipusam. We were at Thaipusam, and so I think many of you who are watching this have been at Thaipusam. Many, many thousands, tens of thousands of people come to Vallalar. And we were walking through this vast crowd of people, and the man sitting on the left in the blue shirt was a doctor, and he approached us and he said, I will gladly give you a tour of all of the sites that are associated with Vallalar. And we're walking through this crowd, and I turned to him and I said, I'd like to get up on that stage and speak to all these people. There was a stage with men sitting up there giving talks, spiritual talks. I said, I'd like to get up there and speak to this entire crowd of people. He said, well, I'm scheduled to give a talk this afternoon, and you can have my time slot. And I will translate for you because very few people here speak English. So we went up on the stage and I waited, and then it was my turn. And they had me get in front of the microphone. And to tell you the truth, this is the absolute truth, I had no idea what I was going to say. I did not want to speak to these people because I knew what I was going to say. I just knew that I was supposed to speak to them. And I sat there thinking, uh-oh, what did I get myself into? I don't know what I'm going to tell these people. And there were probably at least 50 to 100,000 people sitting out there. And I recited the mantra that Ramalinga Swami gave. Arul Jothi, Arul Jothi, Tani Perun Karunai, Arul Jothi. And then I knew what I was supposed to say. I said, when Ramalinga Swami was alive and walked this earth in Vallalar and breathed this air, he told his disciples that he was going to leave because they were not practicing what he had been teaching them. He said, I have been giving you the highest teaching on earth, and you're not practicing it. So I'm going to leave. But he added one thing. He said, in the future, people will come from the West and they will tell you exactly what I have been telling you here. And when you hear it from them, you will believe them. I said, my wife and I have come all the way from America to Vallalar, to this sacred earth that Ramalinga Swami walked on and blessed. And we are telling you what he told the people here when he was alive is the truth. And they cheered. A cheer went up. Of course, this was being translated by the man in the blue shirt in the photo. The whole congregation cheered. And I felt that I had given the message that I was supposed to give. Now, the key to life's greatest treasures is selfless giving. You know, Ramalinga Swami said that the key to spiritual development was practicing loving kindness. He said that when you are practicing loving kindness, he said the energy of God is love and kindness. And when you're practicing loving kindness, the energies of God are flowing through your body and divinizing the cells of your body. And this is the answer to the question, how can we achieve biological longevity or immortality? It's by practicing loving kindness. He said, you should practice loving kindness 100% of the time, not 90%. One time I said this at a lecture, at a seminar, and when I said 100% of the time, there was a woman that said, oh my God, I can't do that. I can't practice loving kindness 100% of the time. Every single moment of your life should be practicing loving kindness. Not even 99%, 100%. Because by doing that, the grace of God is divinizing the cells of your body. Now, a few years ago, we met our Siddha Guru named Anai Siddha Rajakumar Guruji. He lives in Tamil Nadu. We met him at his ashram in Tamil Nadu, not too far from Vallalar, actually, the general vicinity. Of course, India is a large country. And this was the day that we met him. He was a great Siddha master, and he became our guru. He actually gave me the name, Roma Rishi Siddha. And he was a master herbalist also. And his guru, his Siddha guru, had given him the sadhana of feeding the poor, similar to Ramalinga. And this man who you're looking at right here, he spent his entire life feeding the poor after his guru gave him this sadhana. He fed over 5 million people. And he was a great devotee of Ramalinga. This is a photo of him at his ashram where we met him. And as you see, he was a great devotee of Ramalinga. He, at the Thai Pusam in 2019 and 2020, he personally fed between 30,000 and 50,000 people. And in 2019, he funded the borewell construction at the Dharmasala in Vallalar. And he also donated the tiling of the wall and flooring where the food is cooked nonstop throughout the year. When we met him, we knew that we had actually met a living Mahasiddha. We've been fond of the Siddha tradition our whole adult life. But when we met him and he became our personal guru, it was a momentous moment in our spiritual life because we had a guru who was a living Siddha master. He attained Mahasamadhi on August 3rd, this past August 3rd. He had told his family that soon he would be leaving and it would be on a full moon. And this is a tradition of the Siddhas. They usually attain Samadhi, Mahasamadhi, on a full moon night. We love him dearly. So the greatest wisdom is in simplicity. Love, respect, tolerance, sharing, gratitude, forgiveness. It is not complex or elaborate. The real knowledge is free. It's encoded in your DNA. All you need is within you. You don't need to rely on spiritual books or even going on pilgrimages to places. We personally love going on pilgrimages, but all of the wisdom is contained within you. All you need is within you. Great teachers have said that from the beginning. Find your heart, and you will find your way. Namaste. It's been my pleasure to share this with you today. And if there are any questions, I'd like to answer them.
Our humble gratitude to Mr. Romeshi Siddhanath for sharing his amazing experience and blissful knowledge about various siddhas around the world. We might have read plenty about siddhas in books or novels, but it is definitely a different experience when shared by spiritual speakers like Mr. Romeshi himself, which drives us more in gaining this knowledge. Unfortunately, due to the time constraint, we will reserve the Q&A session in line, but a humble thank you to Mr. Romeshi Siddhanath again. The next speaker for today's evening is the professor of philosophy and resides in the United States. He became acquainted with Vallalar Ramalingam's teaching in his youth and has been exploring since then. He also has a website devoted to Vallalar Ramalingam's work as the immortalizing way of Omnilight. I would humbly like to welcome Professor Dr. Thilraghu to present his speech on Vallalar's ascent to the supernal life without death.
Yes, thank you. Can everyone hear me? There's been some audio issues. Hello? Hello?
Yes, Dr. Raghu, we are able to hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, if there is some disruption, let me know. I'm kind of 15 minutes behind schedule. I guess I'm scheduled to start at 7:45. But anyway, hopefully, I'll be able to get some time to finish the main points of my talk. Let me start by saying, yes, I'm a professor of philosophy, and I became acquainted with, living in the United States, and I became acquainted with Vallalar Ramalingam's teachings in my youth. And in fact, my sister won a prize at school, and that book was, she got a book as a prize, and she was in the sixth standard, middle school. And that book was The Life and Teachings of Saint Ramalinga by S.P. Annamalai, and I still have it with me. And that really kindled my interest in Vallalar. I read Vallalar off and on, and then things came to a decisive turning point when I was browsing in the library of McMaster University in Canada, where I was doing my graduate school and work, and I came across accidentally. I wasn't looking for it. It seems accident. But I think there is a significance to that apparently random incident. I came across the copy of the commentary by Sarvanananda, one of the foremost advocates and interpreters of Sutta Sanmargam. It was based in Dindigul, Swami Sarvanananda. And it was his commentary in Tamil on the Arul Jothi Anna Aalayam, one of the greatest works of spiritual poetry in all of the world's literature in this field. And then that drew me, more into the teachings of Vallalar. And that was several decades ago, and here I am. Now, I want to start by saying that I will refer to, that Vallalar, and I pointed it out in my blog post. He forbade people to call him Ramalinga Swami, and In a kind of jocular vein, in semi-jocular vein, I would insist that we impose penalties on people who keep referring to him as Ramalinga Swami. He said when people wanted to publish his work of poetry and affix the name Ramalinga Swami, he said, he wrote in a letter dated March 28, 1866, Ramalinga Swami என்று வழங்கு வைப்பது என் சம்மதம் அன்று என்னை or ஏனெனில் ஆரவாரத்திற்கு அடுத்த பெயராக தோன்றுதலில் இனி அங்கனம் வழங்காமை வேண்டும். Translation, I do not consent to being presented to the public by the name Ramalinga Swami, since it is pompous and pretentious. It must not be used. And out of respect for this great teacher, I never referred to him as Ramalinga Swami. And in fact, this comment also tells us, as I pointed out in my blog post, what he thought of the cult of the Swami, or the Holy One, quote unquote, and similar pretentious and pompous designations assumed by masters and novices of the impostures of pretended holiness and enlightenment, kind of borrowed from George Washington's reference to the impostures of pretended patriotism. And this also goes along with his rejection of the sannyas ashrama and the whole ashrama divisions, his rejection of religious uniforms such as saffron robes. He did not take any pompous titles such as Swami, Guru, Mahatma, Maharishi, Paramahamsa, and so forth. He invariably signed his letters and appropriate documents simply with his full name, Chidambaram Ramalingam, notably omitting the caste suffix of Pillai. He was actually born into the Karunigar community who were vegetarians, by the way. It gives us some idea of that community in which he was born. Okay, to get started, I want to point out that the title, Vallalar's Ascent to the Supernal Life of Siddhi and Bliss, automatically raises, or should raise, two questions. What is the supernal life of Siddhi and Bliss? What has it got to do with immortality? And what is the pathway here that we can glean to the best of our ability and based on Vallalar's writings and fidelity to his authentic writings? Divagarnya Workam, the prose Vinnapams, the notes on his last stop, Perupadesam, and the great Arul Jothi Anna Aalayam, which I think is one of the world's greatest works of enlightenment poetry. So we want to take note of the fact that his spiritual revelations, Vallalar's spiritual revelations on immortality, cannot be understood in isolation from other aspects of the great path he charted. That is the path, or Peruneri, the great path, Samarasa Suddha Sanmargam, which means the pure path of wisdom and unity and harmony. This is not a Samayam or sectarian religion, or madham or sectarian theological creed or dogma. And we also need, and it's essential to understand that in Samarasa Suddha Sanmargam, immortality or a life without death is one aspect, but hardly the only aspect of the supernal. So now the question should be, what do you mean supernal? I am using it in the sense of something that is higher than terrestrial and extraterrestrial. They was extraterrestrial, they was gods, godhead, super duper aliens in other galaxies, whatever. Supernal is higher than them, or that realm, extraterrestrial realms of life, which Ramalingam acknowledges. And in fact, he does describe some forms of those beings' lives in his first vinapam. So this is what I mean by supernal, higher than terrestrial and extraterrestrial. And it's the life of great bliss and siddhi. Now, he himself uses the expression Perenba Siddhi Peruvarvu, and that's how I translated supernal life of great bliss and siddhi. By siddhi, we're not talking about marketplace displays mixed with all kinds of tricks of cheap powers. We're not talking about those kinds of things. Sai Baba pulling something out of his sleeves and so forth, long sleeves naturally, and so forth. We're not talking about that. Siddhis refer to higher perfections, and Vallalar refers to three kinds of these higher perfections, come with powers, Karma Siddhi, or powers of action, Yoga Siddhi, or powers of yoga, and Jnana Siddhi, or powers of knowledge and wisdom. All that is enfolded and included, encompassed by this Perenba Siddhi Peruvarvu. Notice Perenba, this is the life of great bliss. And immortality, Maranamillamai, the conquest of death, is part of this Perenba Siddhi Peruvarvu, but it is only one part. So if we don't understand this, we're going to fixate on immortality and turn Samarasa Suddha Sanmargam, the great path, the Perunari, into some crazy immortality cult. Okay, we don't want to do that. We don't want to bring that kind of ill reputation to Samarasa Suddha Sanmargam. So immortality in itself, just a moment's thought will make this clear. The value of immortality is dependent on other conditions. And these conditions are all included in the Perenba Siddhi Peruvarvu. These are things like conquest of aging, disease, fear, and sorrow, mastery over the tattvas or elements of nature, and the possession of the karma yoga and jnana siddhis. Okay, I can be an immortal, supposing I achieve immortality, but I'm aging. You see, I keep aging. I keep getting afflicted by disease. I'm subjected to fear and sorrow. What good is this kind of immortality? And that's why in Vallalar's conception, it is part of and has its proper place in the Perenba Siddhi Peruvarvu. It's an integral component of the supernal life of great bliss and siddhi, and therefore becomes extraordinarily meaningful in that context. And if we take it out of that context of the attainment of Perenba Siddhi Peruvarvu, we are distorting his teachings, and we're turning Samarasa Suddha Sanmargam into some kind of crazy immortality cult. And there are other aspects to immortality that I'll address shortly, but that is very important to keep in mind. And the teachings on Perenba Siddhi Peruvarvu cannot be understood without reference to the ultimate and supreme transformational compassion power or compassion force at work in all things, phenomena, events, and energies in existence. And that supreme transformational power is Arul. It's a very deep concept in word and concept in Tamil. It is the inherent attribute of Aruljothi. I translate that as the omni light of supreme compassion. Omni light because it is present everywhere. It's omnipresent light. It is present in the four cardinal dimensions identified by Vallalar Ramalingam. Agam, the soul, the inmost. Agapuram, mind, instruments of cognition. Puram, body. And Purapuram, the world, the environment, the cosmos. Okay, this light is present fully in all these four dimensions. That's why I call it the omni light, and I think that captures the meaning of Aruljothi. Of course, it's the omni light of supreme, not just compassion, but compassion force, hyphenated, because this Arul is the most powerful energy or force underlying all things events, phenomena, etc. in the cosmos. So we should not misconceive of it as just some kind of flow of feeling. Grace, as it's called in the Christian tradition, often taken to be a flow of love and so forth coming from the divine, which is included in the concept of Arul, but it cannot be identified with just that, and it includes a lot more. As I said, it is the ultimate force, Shakti, at work in the cosmos, this supreme compassion force. And that's the intrinsic property, inherent attribute of Aruljothi. I will also mention here, and I'll take this up later, that Arul is the link, Arul is the link between Jivagarnya Workam, the path of compassion for living beings, universal compassion with emphasis on alleviating the sufferings of humans. This Arul, this Jivakaranya Workam on the one hand, and the Peranva Siddhi Pervarvu, which is the final goal, the summum bonum in the path of Samarasa Siddha Sanmargam, Arul is the link. It explains that transition, that ascent from compassion to the Peranva Siddhi Pervarvu. I'll talk about it shortly. So Vallalar's teachings on immortality cannot be understood without reference to Aruljothi, the omni-light, and its essential role in facilitating our ascent from a life of death, aging, disease, fear, and sorrow, whether terrestrial or extraterrestrial life, to a supernal life of great bliss and siddhi, which, as I've been saying, of which immortality is but one aspect. So let me do a little bit of Q&A modeled after Vallalar's Jivagarnya Workam, his great incomplete essay on compassion. So the first question will be, well, you're talking about all this supernal life of great bliss and siddhi. What's wrong with our present body and existence and life based on it? Now, this is just going to be pointing out things that we already know, but there is a value in such reminders because it can serve to dispel, it can serve to, I guess, emphasize the importance of viveka, discrimination, and vairagya, dispassion, and to dispel our arrogant or conceited assumptions or presumptions towards our present life and the worldly goals we pursue. That is its value. These reminders about the nature of our present body and existence, life based on it. So obviously, we all know it's subject to death and other terrible afflictions such as aging, disease, fear, and sorrow. It is beset by the grave threats or dangers of starvation, thirst, murder, torture, poverty, ignorance, and craving. And you all know that Vallalar identifies starvation and murder as the worst forms of suffering which can assail this human body and the soul inhabiting it. This suffering of starvation is a combination of the suffering of birth and rebirth. And murder is a terrible form of suffering because it involves the suffering attendant on the loss of the present body and confusion engendered by that. The soul is perplexed and suffers from the perplexity on losing its body as a result of murder. You know, you're sitting in your home, a mud house in Afghanistan, and these huge bombs come and fall on you, dropped by, of course, who else than the U.S. Air Force, or you're sitting, you know, somewhere in Iraq or somewhere, or you're just getting out of your plane and getting into a car. You know, you're a diplomat, you're on a diplomatic mission, and you're on a peace mission, and a Hellfire missile fired by these Reaper drones, accursed Reaper drones of the US military, comes and burns everybody out. That's what happened to that Iranian general. Imagine how the US would have reacted if US government and military official was taken out that way as he was coming out of the airport in Mexico. Okay. In any case, yeah, That's an instance of loss of body by murder, suffering and confusion, and then the suffering of rebirth or taking of a new body. That's why Vallalar identifies starvation and murder as the worst forms of suffering. And then he would say that the compassion that tries to alleviate or prevent these forms of suffering, starvation, murder, is parasiva karmiyam, transcendental, extraordinary, divine compassion, sufficient to bring about the manifestation of Arul, which is the key to attaining the Siddhi Karuvaru. So these adversities are all undergone by us, you and I, who are living souls, individuals, Jivan, Anma. They are not experiences, mere experiences of the body. Because the body and its senses and karmangal or cognitive instruments, they don't have the property of consciousness. The only thing that has consciousness in this body is the soul, Anma. And therefore, all these are experiences undergone by the soul. And that in one stroke gets rid of the Atman theory. The notion that there's some other timeless true I or self, which is beyond suffering. In this body, the I is the Jivan, the living individual soul, which is marked by its emergence from the darkness of ignorance or Anyana Iru, and subjection to the Mummanam or the three defilements, Anavam or egoism, Maya or attachment to physical body, and karma. And this individual soul, which is what you and I are, we have a history of birth, death, and rebirth in the resultant accumulated tendencies or disposition and karma. Now, since it's manifestly true that we know that we are the subjects or experiencers of sufferings and enjoyments, you don't need a proof for that, not to mention the characteristics associated with our threefold defilements of egoism, attachment to body, and karma. It is patently false that we are the timeless and ever pure Atman or unconditioned self without any experience of pain or suffering. This is all taken care of in the initial paragraphs of Jivakarnya Workam in a very simple, elegant, and powerful way by Vallalar Ramdam. Now, why do these adversities occur? These adversities occur because of the nature of, and this is a very important point, the nature of the asutta maya, or impure matter and its elements and particles, which constitute the sentient and insentient bodies in this universe. And of course, Vallalar also refers to the law of karma, absence of compassion, and lack of caution. Just a simple quote here, Buddhagariya Degangalak Maya Mudakaranamagalal, and the Maya and Vigatpajalangalagya Pasi Vagam Pini Itchai Elimay Bayam Kolay and Vigalal, and the Degangalak Arikaria Bayam Nirdam. That means all these dangers stem from the very nature of that impure matter, which is subject to random change, deficiencies, decay, and disintegration. So, you might as well as complain after sticking your hand in fire that it's burning. Well, that's its nature. And therefore, we are in this cosmos of asuttamaya, impure matter. That means, it comes with its own package. And if you don't like what comes with the package, then find a way to transcend the package, avoid it, which is what the ideal of Paramba Siddhi Karuvaru is all about. And now the next question is, why did we take birth in this human body and existence? And this is, again, all tied to this very crucial concept of mortality, and I'm going to try to get to that soon. If we are souls, why should we take, and by soul I understand, as Vallalar says, Siktran Pasu, and I interpret that as soultron, or conscious particle of light. So you and I are, in a sense, soultrons, or conscious particles of light that are being brought into sentient bodies, of course, by the power of that supreme compassion force, or Arul. Why should we take birth at all and become subjected to the great afflictions of sufferings? Well, Vallalar's great insight is that a sentient body is required for the development of the individual soul from its initial state of Anyana Irul or abysmal ignorance. And the argument is laid out in the Jivakarya workam. Without a body, the soul cannot develop and express its potential. And if it cannot develop and express its potential, then the manifestation of Arul is going to be obstructed. And that is actually the envelopment in ignorance, or mudam is the Tamil word that he uses. Therefore, in order for Arul Vilakam, or the illumination of the Supreme Compassion Force, to be expressed, to manifest in the soul needs to develop its powers of knowledge, everything that's already there in potentiality, and that cannot happen without a living body. And therefore, physical bodies are absolutely essential for the development of capacities and powers of experience, knowledge, and action in the individual soul. This bears a very crucial connection to this concept of immortality, embodied immortality, as we will see shortly. So, as well as just a quote from Vallalar again, ஆன்மாக்கள் எல்லாம் இயற்கை உண்மை ஏகதேசங்களாகவும் இயற்கை விளக்கமாகிய அருள் அறிவுக்கறிவாய் வழங்குவதற்கு ஒற்றுமை உரிமை இடங்களாயும் இருக்கின்றன என்றும், அந்த ஆன்மாக்கள் சீவர்களாகி அதிகரிப்பதற்கு பூதகாரிய தேகங்களே உரிமையாக இருக்கின்றன என்றும், அந்த தேகங்களில் ஆன்மாக்கள் சீவர்களாகி அதிகரியாவிடல் ஆன்ம விளக்கம் மறைப்படும் என்றும், அதனால் அருள் விளக்கம் வெளிப்படாதென்றும், அப்போது மூடமாகும் என்றும், அதுவே ஆன்மாக்களுக்கு பந்தம் என்றும், அது பற்றி அவசியம் பூதகாரிய தேகம் வேண்டும் என்றும். So this is an argument for the need of the soul for a physical body to express and develop its potentialities, to come out of its initial state of abysmal ignorance, Ajnana Irul. And that is why we need a body. That's why we are here in this body. Otherwise, we can all be just as souls. Why would we need a body? So I think that's, again, a very simple, elegant, and very powerful argument for the need of a physical body for any soul. And of course, there are many kinds of bodies, the human body and other terrestrial living bodies. And Vallalar also refers to extraterrestrial sentient bodies, the living bodies of the devas, or celestial beings, in realms inaccessible to humans. He says they are inaccessible to humans. And also, interestingly, he also mentions infernal realms. Now, these are not realms where you have devils going around with pitchforks and roasting people in fire and those kinds of, fantasies. But these are infernal realms, meaning realms of darkness. The Anyana Irul is more potent and powerful in these realms. And of course, there are consequences to that, to the density of the ignorance in these realms. But these realms, the extraterrestrial entities, are also subject to various forms of suffering. And Vallalar makes that very clear in the first Vinnapam. He refers to various kinds of sufferings that these extraterrestrial beings undergo. Just give a quick example. பின்னர் பைசாசர் பூதர் ராக்கதர் அசுரர் சுரர் முதலியாராக பிறந்து அலைப்படுதல், அகப்படுதல், அகங்கரித்தல், அதிகரித்தல், மறந்து நிற்றல், நினைந்து நிற்றல், மயக்குறுதல், திகைப்பொறுதல், போரிடுதல், கொலைப்படுதல் முதலிய பல்வேறு அவஸ்தைகளால் இறந்து அத்தேவயோனி வர்க்கங்களெல்லாம் சென்று உழன்று அலைப்படைந்தோம். Then he also says the Naragas, பயப்படல், சிறைப்படல் முதலிய அவஸ்தைகளால் இறந்து அந்நரயோனி வர்க்கங்களெல்லாம் சென்று உழன்று அலைப்படைந்தோம். So sufferings are attendant on all these births, terrestrial or extraterrestrial. So we are in this human body. What's the big deal? Well, Vallalar says that this is the highest type of body. There's no antibody histrionics and hysteria in Vallalar. This body has impurities. Of course, it is made of impure matter. But this body is the highest body because this body affords the opportunity to realize Aruljothi. That's the one sole reason, and that's enough. It's sufficient to accept that this body, if it affords that opportunity to realize that it's Jyoti, must be the highest body. Okay? So the proper attitude we need to take, and this is all expressed in Vallalar's later writings, his post-enlightenment, post-Siddhi writings, that this proper attitude is that it's a precious means and vehicle for the experience and realization of Aruljothi Jyoti. We should also keep in mind Vallalar's point, in fact, warning. மனித தேகம் மற்ற சீவதேகம் போல லேசிலே இருக்கக்கூடாதலாகவும் மனித தேகத்தில் ஆன்ம விளக்கமும் அருள் விளக்கமும் மிகவும் வழங்குதலாலும் இந்த மனித தேகம் போனால் மீளவும் இந்த தேகம் வரும் என்ற நிச்சயம் இல்லாமையாலும் இந்த மனித தேகம் முத்தி இன்பம் பெருதற்கு எடுத்த தேகமாதலாலும் and so forth. இந்த மனித தேகம் மாத்திரமே முதற் சிருஷ்டி தொடங்கி கடவுள் சம்மதத்தால் சிருஷ்டிக்கப்பட்ட உயர்ந்த அறிவுடைய தேகமாதலாலும் has the highest faculties, language-based abstract thought, complex reasoning, moral sensibility, and its expression in the forms of acts of compassion, acts to remedy injustice, and so forth. All that is made possible. So moral life is made possible by the faculties that are inherent in this body. The foremost, of course, the language faculty, which the great linguist Noam Chomsky has made a huge, very convincing case that it's innate. It comes with the body, this faculty of language, and the human body is the only thing that has this faculty, certainly on Earth. So there's no other species that has anything like grammar and so forth. I mean, they can understand a little bit and communicate through signals, but nothing comparable to a language with the grammar and so forth, and nothing comparable to the creativity that the human body allows in terms of, poetry, riddles, humor, it's so rich, and makes complete sense that Vallalar says that this is Vyanda Arivuriya Degam. It is the highest body, not only because of all that, because of the fact that we can attain the Perunda Siddhi Pervarva in this body. But this body is subjected to death and everything else. And therefore, we are also subject to those kinds of sufferings as inhabitants of this body. How can we resolve that problem, right? What is the solution? And that is where Vallalar's concept of the immortality as part of the Perunda Pervarva, Siddhi Pervarva, comes into full force. As long as we have not attained that Perunda Siddhi Pervarva, we're going to keep on going through this cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. And remember, he says very clearly, just because we are in this human body in this birth, there's no guarantee we'll have it automatically. I guess that's where it's important to develop good karma by the practice of Jivakarnya Worka. The only way in which we can transcend this cycle of birth, death, and rebirth in sentient bodies, whether terrestrial or extraterrestrial, is by attaining the Maramala Parvarva Perunda Siddhi Parvarva. So it's the Perunda Siddhi Parvarva that is of the utmost significance. And as I've been saying, immortality is just a part of that. In order to understand what is this Perunda Siddhi Parvarva, he says, எக்காலத்தும் எவ்விடத்தும் எவ்விதத்தும் எவ்வளவும் தடைப்படாமல் வாழ்கின்ற ஒப்பற்ற பெரிய வாழ்வை இந்த மனித பிறப்பினால் அடையத்தக்க ஆன்மலாபம் என்று உண்மையாக அறிய வேண்டும். The incomparable great life of bliss, which is not hindered, obstructed, or impeded at any time, at any place, in any manner, and at any degree, is truly the spiritual gain attainable in this human birth. And when he speaks of Tadaipanamo, Tadays are all these hindrances: death, disease, aging, fear, sorrow, and so forth. So it's a whole package that he's talking about, not just simply death. And this was a revelation from Aruljothi. மரணம், பிணி, மூப்பு, பயம், துன்பம் முதலிய அவத்தைகள் எல்லாவற்றையும் தவிர்த்து எக்காலத்தும் எவ்விடத்தும் எவ்விதத்தும் எவரும் தடைப்படாத பேரன்ப சித்தி பெருவாழ்வு அடைதல் கூடும் என்று எங்கள் அறிவில் தேவரீர் திருவருளால் உண்மைப்பட உணர்த்தி அருளப் பெற்றோம். He says it's a revelation from Arul Jothi, out of its boundless compassion, that we're going through this round of birth, death, and rebirth, and there is a way out of this. And that way consists, of course, in the attainment of immortality. And what is that? See, for this, we have to really understand Vallalar's crucial distinction between Suddha Maya and Asuddha Maya. As I said, we live in a universe of Asuddha Maya, impure matter. And this matter is subject to deficiencies, random changes, decay, disintegration. But there is this order, cosmos of Suddha Maya, pure matter, which is free from the deficiencies, impurities, and so forth of Asuddha Maya. And the immortal body, the constituents of the immortal body are in the realm of Suddha Maya, pure matter. Okay? And so there's the corresponding distinction between biology of Asuddha Maya and biology of Suddha Maya. And if we don't understand this distinction, we're going to make the hideous mistake of thinking that a body composed of Asuddha Maya can ever become immortal. I mean, you can prolong it, maybe slow down aging, keep it in good health. All these things are emphasized in Samarsa Sutta Sanmargam. Vallalar doesn't hold his nose at these things. We do all that so that we can continue to practice Jivakaranyam and progress towards the attainment of the Praranda Siddhi Peruvarvu, the supernal life of bliss and Siddhi. But we should not delude ourselves that this physical body, as long as it's constituted of Asuddha Maya, can ever become immortal. Okay? So here's the passage in Jivakaranyam Workam. That is, those who have attained the supernal life of great bliss and siddhi. It's a reference to impure material causative particles. அவற்றின் காரணங்களாகிய, their effects, asutta prakriti anukalumagiya, asutta buddha karyangal refers to the effects of the impure particles, and the asutta prakriti anukala are the impure material particles, and these compose our bodies. And this body must be changed. இந்த தேகத்தை மாற்றி வலுவு என்று அறியப்படாத உயர்ந்த பொன்னாகிய சுத்த பூதக்காரிய சுத்த தேகத்தையும் பொன் வடிவாக தோன்றுதல் மாத்திரமே அன்றி ஆகாயம் போல் பரிசிக்கப்படாத சுத்த பூத காரண கனவ தேகத்தையும் தோன்ற பருமன்றி ஆகாயம் போல் விளங்குகின்ற ஞான தேகத்தையும் பெற்றவர்களாயிருப்பார்கள். Tells us exactly what, well, it tells us, this science of immortality, which is part of attainment of the Peramba Siddhi Peruvarvu, supernal life of bliss and Siddhi. I mean, it's an ocean, okay? But he has given us some glimpses here. So it involves transfiguration, transmutation of this body made of impure material particles and the constituents and components, and it appears in golden form when that is done. Then, it's Vimda Ponnagiya Sutta Buddhakarya Sutta Vegatayam. It's like, invaluable gold. And then he says, Ponvadivaga Tondudal Matrame Andri Agayam Paul Parisikaparada Sutta Buddhakarna Pranavadegam. That is the Pranavadegam, and then the Agayam Paul Valangianda Jnana Degam. Now, we can't understand this if we just simply rush through things and, get the fragments here and there. These three bodies are based on a transformation of our current structure of embodiment. In one of the Vinapams, he talks about this Buddha Degam, this physical body, and Sukshma Uru. That means there's a subtle body, and then there's the Karana Uru, causal body. So right now, we are enfolded in this three types of bodily structures: physical body, subtle body, and causal body. And when we get the full manifestation of Arul, when we are receptive to these workings, the full workings of the Supreme Compassion Force, all of these three bodies are transformed respectively into the Suddha body, the golden, the body that appears in golden form, that's the transformation of the subtle body, and then the one, hello, I'm hearing a hello, what's going on? Can you mute yourself? Can you mute yourself? Hello?
We can hear you clear now, Doctor.
Hi, Dr. Raghu. We're able to hear you now. You can continue if you're still there. Please.
Dr. Raghu, can you please unmute yourself?
Is he left?
Okay, I've unmuted myself. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, doctor, please proceed.
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, yeah, okay, let me wrap up here. You know, the format really for this kind of Satvicharam, this is one of the reasons I avoid academic conferences like the plague. You know, 20 minutes and 10 minutes and this stuff. They make a caricature of Satvicharam. But in any case, you know, 30 minutes plus is fairly reasonable, but highly inadequate compared to the topic, for the topic. But anyway, let me wrap up here. So we have, as I was saying, a physical body made up of impure elements, asattamaya, impure material elements, constituents, and elements, and a subtle body and a causal body. And when the grace manifests in its fullness, Arul Supreme Compassion Force, starts working in us, it brings about a transformation in all of these three structures. Our gross physical body made of impure matter becomes transformed into the Suddha Degam. Our subtle body gets transformed into the Pranava Degam, which appears in golden form. And then our causal body, which is steeped in Ajnanam or ignorance, turns into a body of knowledge, Jnana Degam. So that should clarify why we're talking, why Vallalar speaks of 3 bodies and not 5, 7, or 10. Okay, so that should give us a fairly clear idea of what immortality is all about in Samasa Siddha Samadhyam. And again, remember the key distinction between Asattamaya and Suttamaya, and of course the corresponding distinction between biology of Asattamaya, which is never going to give us immortality, and the biology of Suttamaya, which is the pure material particles that constitute the Sutta body, the pure body. That is the only basis or foundation of immortality. Okay, and then Vallalar was very cryptic, but these things we can understand as we progress in our sadhana in the Samasa Siddha Samargam path. Saga Talai, Vega Kal, Hoga Punal. Very cryptic. It doesn't tell us very much, gives us some idea. Saga Talai, deathless head. Vega Kal, it's like the torso, the bottom that doesn't, well, some interpretations, wind or breath that doesn't get exhausted or burnt out. And Hoga Punal, the water that doesn't get dried up. what it means we can only experience. He repeats these things in different places, but never elaborates on them. Let us remember that this Saga Kalvi, the science, art, and science of deathlessness, is not for free distribution to all and sundry. Vallalar says it came as a result of his Madhavam, great tapas, great effort, and of course, not just by his effort, but by the grace of Arul Jothi. So it's not something you can go and press a button and get it, or, there's no easy, cheap formulas or methods. All that's spiritual sensationalism, on par with consumerism. You got some new brand and everybody has to get all worked up to buy it. You can't turn spirituality into a commodity like that. Okay, this is something one has to dedicate himself completely to, based to all the struggles and difficulties. And they're going to be dime a dozen every day. And like Vallalar, I mean, his words serve to guide us and encourage us. Go that way. And he wasn't exaggerating when he said that if I began to relate my sufferings from the age of 12 or something, even a stone would melt. Even a stone would melt if he began to relate the sufferings he underwent. Starting with the deprivation of food, which his brother harshly imposed on him because he refused to go to school. Found it all Sunday pariput, dull grab school rote learning. And he refused. And his brother then said, well, then I'm not going to feed you. But of course, his sister-in-law, the wife of his brother, used to surreptitiously feed him, and that kept his body and soul together. But he underwent the pangs of hunger in his childhood, and went through various things. There was a lawsuit against him by an ignoramus, Navalar, who claimed that Vallalar had inappropriately used the term Tidur Pa. And then right till the end, there were all kinds of things going on. Conflicts were going on there, shouting and yelling and so forth. And we have Vallalar's own warnings about these conflicts and the need to resolve them amicably, and to end all the shouting and yelling. So he went through all kinds of things. And so it's not something, you can't just simply expect to get through all this by pressing a button or some cheap formula or method. He has given us the way, and let me wrap up with this. I don't have time to elucidate. What is the way is the question, the next question. Okay, we have some idea of what this immortality is, bearing in mind it's embedded in the great life of bliss and siddhi. Otherwise, it's meaningless to consider it an isolation from that. What is the way? Vallalar has pointed out, Jivakaranya Workam is the foundation. That is universal compassion, but with emphasis on alleviating human suffering, and primarily starvation and murder or attempted murder, torture, and so forth. Why do we practice compassion, and why do we do it in that form? Well, we have to keep that in mind. Compassion is not an end in itself. It is a way to cultivate what Vallalar has said is the highest ideal of Samarasa Siddha Sanmarga, Anmaneya Urmaipadu. That is soul kinship, S-O-U-L, soul kinship, spiritual solidarity, spiritual unity. Okay, and he has said that that is the highest goal. Samarasa Siddha Sanmargatin Mukhya Lakshyam, and it is to attain that we practice Jivakaranya Workam. Now, there is a kind of dialectic going on, meaning interaction. In practice of compassion develops the sense of Anmaneya Urmaipadu, or soul kinship, and as the sense of soul kinship, spiritual solidarity develops, you engage in more compassionate actions and so forth. So there's an interaction, but the goal of compassion is to develop that Anmaneya Urmaipadu. Now, to do this, we have to practice also non-discrimination, which is very clearly stated. This is radical egalitarian attitude. It's stated in Vallalar's statement on Jiva Workam, which he had posted at the wall of Satya Dharmasala when it was open. Satya Dharmasala, which is the home of true charity, dispenses medicine, food, etc. without regard for caste and class or religious divisions. So the Jiva Workam says, Yalla Manidoridatum, Jari Samayam Madam, Asiramam, Gotiram, Sutiram, Kulam, Satiram, Vegamargam, Weirvitharvu, Mulayanawagia, Bedam, Atre, Hanaga Nutala. So this is speaking of a radical egalitarian attitude towards all human beings. Well, it encompasses ultimately other living beings, but the Jiva Karanyam pertains to, Jiva Workam, I'm sorry, pertains to our relations with other human beings. And he's saying we got to take an attitude of equality, non-discrimination. This may not seem very revolutionary today, but Vallalar advocated it, he practiced it, and he put it in writing in 1867. Living in a society that was rife and ridden with all kinds of caste divisions and absurdities. Okay, caste, subcaste, and this and that. And also the ashrama divisions, you know, student, householder, the vanaprastha or forest retiree, and then the sannyasis. And each of these so-called stations of life have all kinds of crazy rules. A student has to live for 12 years in the house of the teacher and serve the teacher and his family, all this, that, and the other. Sannyasis are not supposed to interact with the householders. They shouldn't do this or that with the householders. So ultimately, you find a lot of division. The codes and rules create divisions. That's the reason why Vallalar says you got to give up attachment to all of these things, because they all interfere with the practice of Jiva Workam and Jivagaranya Workam, and thereby prevent the realization of the great goal of soul kinship or spiritual unity with other beings. Okay, and by the way, this Jiva Workam and its egalitarianism was affirmed in the Articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that was adopted at the UN in 1948. If you take a look at the articles, they're simply basically reiterating what Vallalar has said in Jiva Workam. So that's, again, another remarkable fact. Then we have, of course, the Anma Workam, which extends beyond other human beings and embraces all life. And Jivakaranya Workam is allied with this. It's all designed, again, to help us consummate this, the development of the sense of Anmaneya Urumai, spiritual kinship or solidarity. So the Anma Workam is Yane Mudal Yerumbiraga Thondriya Jivargalinil Sukkumam Stanitalaimanaval, a Jivargalil, a Jiva Anmave Tirsavayai, Adanul Paramanmave Padiyai Nirpadal, Yadam Nikamara, Yevudatum Bedamatri, Elam Tanagan Pro. Total unity with all life, and founded on the realization that all of these living beings are temples of Aruljothi and the manifestation of its grace. Okay. It's also stated as follows: Inbathinangu Laksham Yoni Bedamulla Jivargal Idaktrum, Irakam Vaithu, Anmave Savayagavum, Adanul Voliye Padiyagavum Kandu, Purnamaga Nitral Anma Workamam. So that's the key to attaining the Perambasiddhi Parvarva, the supernal life of bliss and siddhi. You have to develop this sense of spiritual unity, solidarity with all living beings. That's easier said than done. Many verses in the other, well, I don't have a time to go through them, but the many verses that are from this. Enge Karune Yerpe Nulana Ange Valangi Arthur Sivame, Yare Yaninum Yarangigendrake Siri Alikum Sidambara Sivame, Uiralam Puduin Nolam Paranokuga, Sairalam Budigana Satya Sivame, Hayabur Karana Parasigal Patpala, Wirteral Wandana Varitame Sivame, Uirul Yam, Emul Uir, Iva Unande, Wir Nalam Paravagan Varitame Sivame. These are extraordinary verses composed in 1872. As I said, it's as far as I'm concerned, I do know something about the Enlightenment, religious poetry and so forth. This is one of the greatest works of Enlightenment poetry, spiritual poetry. And it needs to be translated. I'm working on it and discussed, appreciated, discussed, probed, and practiced more and more. So the next requirement, and I'm finished here in 5 minutes, is the renunciation of cravings. Basically, pun vishya ichche, pen vishya ichche, or an vishya ichche, and man vishya ichche. Essentially, cravings or desire for resources such as money, attached desire for property, houses, this and that, and then sexual desire, whether it's directed to women or men. These things have to be transcended. Now, he's not advocating, Suddha Sanmargam is not an ascetic path. It's not anti-sexual. It is based on regulation of, let's not forget, Vallalar said in his Agaval, he said something to the effect that Avaludan Kuri Arinda Sugame. He's speaking of the beauty, he's saying Aruljothi, the radiance of a beautiful young woman is also the manifestation of Aruljothi, and the bliss that comes from having a union with that radiant young woman is also the bliss of Aruljothi. So can't possibly attribute some kind of Christian style anti-sexuality, a Buddhist Christian ascetic anti-sexuality to Samasa Suddha Samargam. But it's not, indulgence under the guise of Tantra or whatever you have. It takes the approach that the fulfillment of sexual desire has its legitimate place, but it has to be regulated. We avoid deficiency and excess, and our goal is to, of course, transcend it ultimately, not keep doing the same thing over and over again, because there is a greater bliss. That is the Perinbasiddhi Peruvaru. It's not some dour and sour way of living. It's Perinbasiddhi Peruvaru. So compared to that, the pleasures of sex and relations with the opposite sex or same sex, as the case may be, all pale into insignificance. So we want to keep that in mind and slowly progress towards renouncing these cravings for money, property, and sexual enjoyment. We also have the requirement that we have to contemplate and meditate on Aruljothi after resolving that it is the one true supreme being, as Vallalar puts it in the first Vinapam. எல்லா உலகங்களையும் எல்லா உயிர்களையும் எல்லா பொருட்களையும் மற்ற எல்லாவற்றையும் தோற்றுவித்தும் விளக்கம் செய்வித்தும் தூசு நீக்குவித்தும் தக்கும் வரவித்தும் பலன் தருவித்தும் எங்கும் பூரணாகி விளங்குகின்ற ஓர் உண்மை கடவுள் உண்டென்றும் அக்கடவுளை உண்மை என்பார் கருத்து கருதி வழிபாடு செய்யின் அக்கடவுள் திருவருள் நமது கருத்தின் கண் வெளிப்பட்டு விளங்கும் என்றும் அத்திருவருள் விளக்கத்தால் மரணம் பிணி மூப்பு பயம் துன்பம் முதலிய அவத்தைகள் எல்லாவற்றையும் தவிர்த்து எக்காலத்தும் எவ்விடத்தும் எவ்விதத்தும் எவ்வளவும் தடைப்படாத பேரன்பசித்தி பெருவாழ்வை அடைதல் கூடும் என்று எங்கள் அறிவு தேவரி திருவருளால் உண்மைப்பட உணர்த்தி அருளப் பெற்றோம். Revelation from Aruljothi. You have to focus, you have to resolve that the ultimate reality is one supreme being in the form of Aruljothi. It has infinite modes, as the philosopher Spinoza pointed out. But the mode that is most important for us on the path of Samasa Suddha Sammangam is its mode as Aruljothi, the being of supreme compassion. Natural, because we are subject to all these sufferings and afflictions. So only a being of supreme compassion, only a being that wields that supreme compassion force can lift us out of this predicament, naturally. So that's why its mode as Aruljothi is very important for us to contemplate, meditate on. We can use Vallalar's poetry, the verses in Agaval, etc., as part of our daily practice in strengthening our resolve that there is this one supreme ultimate reality that is Aruljothi, and that by contemplating it with true devotion, easier said than done, requires several lifetimes to develop. Contemplating it with true devotion will open the way for the manifestation of Arul. It's all about waiting for grace or Arul in the end, and we do what is necessary to make it happen. Finally, the last requirement is stated in the fourth Vinapam, where Vallalar says, அவத்தைகள் or sufferings எல்லாவற்றையும் நீக்கி இத்தேகத்தை நித்திய தேகமாக்கி எக்காலத்தும் ஐயாத பேரின்பசித்தி பெருவாழ்வை பெற்று வாழ்தல் எதனால் பெறுதல் கூடும் என்று அறியத் தொடங்கிய தருணத்து வேறு எந்த வழியாலும் பெறுதல் கூடாது எல்லாம் உடைய கடவுளது திருவருட் சுதந்திரம் ஒன்றாலே பெறுதல் கூடும். Again affirming that it's only that supreme compassion, the supreme compassion force, the supreme power of Aruljothi that can lift us to this Peramba Siddhi Parvar or supernal life of immortality and bliss and the siddhis. No gods, no gurus, no munivers, no siddhas. Muvarum, muttarum, devarum, sittarum, yavarum, petrida, yelana, kalitane. He praises Aruljothi. He's not boasting. He's praising Aruljothi for having given him this blessing that none of the munivers, devas, siddhas attained. So none of them are going to be able to take us to that. It's only Aruljothi and it's Arul. So the whole immortality stuff ultimately boils down to contemplating Aruljothi with true devotion, practicing Jivakarnya Workam, and then meeting this requirement that Vallalar states, Tiruvaruk Sudandram Namaki Enda Variyal Kirekum Yendra Ariya Thorangiya Dharanathu, எனது யான் என்னும் தேக சுதந்திரம், போக சுதந்திரம், ஜீவ சுதந்திரம் என்னும் மூவகை சுதந்திரங்களும் நீங்கிய விடத்தே கிடைக்கும் என்று தேவரி திருவருளார் அறிவிக்க உள்ளபடி அறிந்தேன். ஆகலில் எனது சுதந்திரமாக கொண்டிருந்த தேக சுதந்திரத்தையும் போக சுதந்திரத்தையும் ஜீவ சுதந்திரத்தையும் தேவரி திருவருட்கே சர்வ சுதந்திரமாக கொடுத்து விட்டேன். Very, very important passage for practitioners of Samarasa Suddha Samargam and students like me of Vallalar's writings. What he is saying is, on realizing that it's only Aruljothis, Arutsakti that can bring about the freedom from this kind of existence beset by death and disease, aging, and all sufferings, terrestrial or extraterrestrial. Let us remember that. He then realized then it was revealed to him that the grace can be attained by surrendering this egoistic claim to the body, to life, and to objects of enjoyment. That, I guess, ties in with one of the foremost malams or defilements, anavam. This is my body, I am entitled to it. This is my object of enjoyment. I am entitled to it. This is my life. I am entitled to it. That is the Jiva Sudandram, Dega Sudandram, and Boga Sudandram. And Vallalar says Aruljoth's revelation was that it is a precondition to surrender this sense of entitlement in order for the grace to be fully manifested. Now, this doctrine of surrender, has also been affirmed by other mystics, even in the Christian tradition, when they were able to free themselves from absurd dogmas and so forth. But this is again a very important requirement. So ultimately, then summing up, the path to this supernal life of bliss and siddhi is attained by the development of the Anmaneya Varumai, soul kinship, spiritual solidarity, which is strengthened by the practice of Jivakarnya Workam, practice of compassion, Jiva Workam, egalitarianism towards other human beings, and Anma Workam, or sense of unity with all living beings based on the realization that they're all abodes of the divine light and the workings of Arul. And then, of course, surrender of the sense of entitlement over this physical body, life, and objects of enjoyment. Now, it's very important that we don't forget that the practice of compassion and egalitarianism and so forth, they all involve giving up attachment to the Samayam and Madam. Samayam Kulamada Sarbalam Buddhikamayam Tondriya Aruljothi. Aruljothi manifested when I gave up attachment to all these sectarian religions, creed, dogmas, and theologies like Saivism, Vaishnavism, Buddhism, Jainism, and their orthodoxies and doctrines and rituals and do's and don'ts. He says that very clearly. And the same thing applied to Suddha Samargatin Mukhya Lakshyamana Anmaneya Varumipada's Mukhya Tadaigal, main obstructions, or the orthodoxies and divisive codes and rules and regulations of the caste system and the ashrama system. Okay, without giving all of that up, we're not going to be able to establish ourselves in the radical egalitarianism required by the Jiva Workam and Anma Workam and the attainment required for the attainment of Anmaneya Urmaipada. So, Jiva Karanyam, Anmaneya Urmaipada, surrender, contemplation of Aruljothi with true devotion, surrender of this sense of entitlement over body, life, and objects of enjoyment. These are the ways in which we can attain the Peranbasiddhi Peruvarvu, of which immortality is one aspect. Aruljothi, Aruljothi, Taniperungarunai, Aruljothi. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry that I may have exceeded some of my allotted time, but that was unavoidable if I had to do justice to the greatness of the teachings of Vallalar. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Dr. Raghu, for your ethereal and inspiring speech about the infinite grace light and including his quotes from Arpa. The knowledge shared with us today was absolutely soul-stirring and definitely driving us all to learn more about it. Unfortunately, due to time constraint, we will reserve the Q&As for the group discussion, but a humble thank you to Dr. Raghu again. Now, I'll pass it back to MC. Thank you. Now, I'll pass it back to MC Surya to invite our next speaker.
Thank you, Preeta. So our last speaker for this event is Thiruselam Kuppusamy Ayya from Salem, India. He is a follower of Universal Brotherhood and Compassion of Vallalar. Kuppusamy Ayya is a public speaker in philosophy, spirituality, yoga, science, and literature. He has been a seeker of the truth for the past 58 years. He delivers lectures on spiritual teachings of Swami Ramalinga Vallalar and teaches yoga, advanced pranayanam called Vasi Yoga, and meditation to the public. Kuppusamy Ayya has given hundreds of lectures, both in Tamil and English, on Tirukural, Siddha literature, and Vallalar's Tiruvaruppa. He has published numerous books in Paris and India. And his recent book, The Future Evolution of Humankind, is to be released very soon. I would like to hand over to Thiruselam Kuppusamy Ayya to give us a deeper insight into compassion and immortality.
Thank you, Chai. Arupperum Jodi, Arupperum Jodi, Taniperum Karunai, Arupperum Jodi. May all sentient beings live in happiness. May the divine feet of Vallalar be praised. My dear spiritual brothers and sisters, we are celebrating the 198th birthday of Thiruvaruppragasa Vallalar. It's a joyous moment. And he himself says he was brought into this world for some purpose. Varavika Utrain says, why was he? And again he says, in the Yugate Varavika Utrain. And when he says Yuga, it doesn't mean any Kali Yuga or any other Yuga. He means the age of science and the age of compassion. I want to stress the fact that he meant only the age of compassion. He ushered in the age of compassion into humanity. So we have to understand two main ideas in the message of Vallalar. One is compassion. The other is immortality, biological immortality. And it is not biological immortality only he asserts. He goes beyond that into divine life in a divine body, into the body of Aruljothi, and live like Aruljothi. That is the ultimate goal of Vallalar's teaching. He says the last end of life is called Kadavul Tanmai Erinda Mai Mother. to understand the science of God and attain it. And he attained both. First of all, I would like to mention that compassion is given in the form of a science. That is the most important thing, because this is not understood by any philosopher or any scientist. How can compassion be a science? That is their question. Vallalar answers it for the first time in the history of human thought. He says, God himself is absolute compassion, Arul Jothi. And the entire creation is only a series or degrees and denominations of compassion. God is at the extreme state, at the peak, and stone, the inorganic matter, is at the bottom level.
Hi guys, looks like he's having some technical issues. Maybe just give us about 2 minutes and we'll try to get Kupusami Ayya back online. Hi Kupusami Ayya, you are on mute, so can you just maybe unmute yourself? Yes, you're good now, you can continue.
This is the tradition of the Tamil Siddhas. Well, of course, some foreign gurus have also understood the fact. And one Western Siddha taught us, knock and the door shall be opened. Where is this door? It is not given there. The kingdom of God is within you, he said, but the exact location, how to knock, what are the forces we have to use to knock at the door, how it will open. When you open that, what is waiting there for you, all these things are not given in detail. But science means you must give all the details so that everybody, not a few select yogis and jnanis could attain it, but everybody should attain it. That was the intention of Vallalar. He did not want salvation for himself or a few of his disciples. He wanted salvation for all of humanity, for the entire Homo sapiens. So he gives us a new form of science called science of compassion. Please listen carefully. This is the very important thing. Even some of the Sanmargis don't understand it. Why was the temple at Chidambaram built some 2000 or 3000 years ago? To demonstrate the fact that this human body is something unique. Without getting this human body, you cannot attain even mukti, even salvation you cannot attain. Because the door to the inner dimensions and subtler dimensions is there in this body. This human body has got the inbuilt capacity to open the door. And if you open the door, you will see the Atman That is the house of God. It is called Tiruchitrambalam. And if you see the Tiruchitrambalam and enter into it, you will see inside Aruljothi, the dancing Aruljothi, which was called Nataraja by our ancient forefathers. Okay. And tell us, reveal to us this truth about this inner sanctum sanctorum. Vallalar built his Jnana Sabai, Satya Jnana Sabai temple at Vadalur. Well, where is this door? It is called Mukku. Mukku means triangle. Mukku means triangle. Where is this triangle? At this center of your head, between the eyebrows, inside the eyebrows, at the center of your, below the
Hi guys, sorry again. Looks like his network is not performing like it normally would. Just give him a minute or two and he should jump back on very soon.
Master Muruganandam, can you please ask him to switch off the video? If the audio is there, I think it will be better.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm going to inform him.
Yeah, please request him.
Hi guys, sorry. Looks like there is some issues for him to jump back on Zoom. Maybe while you guys are waiting, our Zoom on YouTube, he's actually still speaking on there, Salem Kupusamiyaya. So if you guys would like to jump onto that screen, also feel free to. Otherwise, give us a couple of minutes and we'll be sharing our screen, our YouTube screen, so you can still watch him. Thanks.
So, teleporting is a scientific process which can be applied in bringing back the dead to life. What is death? At the time of death, the atom of soul departs from your body and enters into some other dimension. If you can, travel by your consciousness through those dimensions, and if you can see that atom of departed soul and bring it back into this three-dimensional world, then the job is over. It's as simple as that. But your consciousness must be sharper than the soul. You must have the absolute consciousness of a God. Understand? Now, let us pass on to some other dimension. If you can travel by your consciousness through those dimensions, and if you can see that atom of departed soul and bring it back into this three-dimensional world, then the job is over. It's as simple as that. But your consciousness must be sharper than the consciousness of your Atman. Do you hear me? Hello?
Hi, yeah, we can hear you now, yes.
Okay, ma. Now, let us pass on to other topics, scientific topics of modern science. Dr. Michio Kaku says Einstein's relativity theory stopped with 10 dimensions. That was why he was not able to solve his problem of unified field theory. Now it is called string theory. And Dr. Kaku says it can be solved by the 11th dimension by calculating in mathematics about the 11th dimension. But Vallalar goes beyond that. In the Agwal poem, it says there are many, many dimensions. And particularly, he mentions about 3. Ekadasam, that is the 11th dimension. And he says there are 2 more levels. 13th dimension, Trayodasa Nilai, and then Iran Nilai, 16th dimension. And 16th dimension is the topmost supernal dimension, he says. So he is living in infinity. Vallalar Swami is living in infinity. He can travel all over the dimensions, and he can bring back any dead souls back into this world scientifically. And Vallalar Swami adds one more thing about his immortality. It is not immortality, it is divinity itself. We have to modify our topic, because in one poem he says, when the entire cosmos and all its 5 Panchabhutas are dissolved in the great deluge, Pralaya, even at that time, I will be alive, oh my Lord, you know, and I will be singing hymns of praise to you. Buddha, Para, பாராதி பூதம் ஒடுங்கும் காலத்தும் நின்னை ஏத்தி கழித்து வாழ்வேன் இதற்கும் ஐயம் என்னையே. So he will be alive forever. And he says there are 5 stages in this. This reality is composed by Maya, created by Maya, Asutta Maya, semi-pure Maya, and pure Maya. And beyond that, there are 2 levels. And Vallalar asks us to transform our atoms in this impure body first into pure Maya atoms. And it doesn't stop there. You should not have a body of even pure Maya. The gods have that, the 5 gods of creation, sustenance, destruction, obscuration, and grace. They have got this impure Maya. They can live for a long time, but after that they will also die. And Vallalar Swami says in Agaval poem, there are 2 more stages. Tattvam anaithum thamurungolindida, sattvam ondre tanithinindrongida. So all these tattvas, 36 tattvas, must be transformed into sattvam, that is love. And that love should be transformed into Arulperum Jodi. தன்னையே எனக்கு அளித்து தன்னருள் ஒளியால் என்னை வேதித்த என் தனி அன்பே. That is the ultimate stage. That was what took place in 1874 on Thaipusam day to Vallalar's body. And he wants us all to attain that level. This must be understood by the idea of immortality and divinity. And Vallalar Swami says, evolution can be measured by food habits. If you look at the human history, you can see only 3 levels, and there are 4 more levels. What are they? In the beginning, there was cannibalism, man eating man's flesh. And in 1,000 years' time, well, the habit was dropped. Now, non-vegetarianism is practiced by humans. Well, long ago in India, vegetarianism was practiced by a substantial group of people. And now veganism has sprouted. So, say in a few thousands of years, this non-vegetarian habit might also be dropped. And then vegetarianism will also be dropped, because even vegetables are alive. And even vegans, they are to some extent compassionate, but they are not fully compassionate, because even vegetables have got life. And beyond that, you have got breatharianism, 5th. What happens with breatharianism? Breatharians live only with their breath, air. So there is no food, there is no water. You do away completely with food, even with vegetable. This is an advanced stage, but you can see hundreds of breatharians in the world. Watch the internet, you will know. This is the 5th stage. And Vallalar Swami gives us 2 more levels. He says, Gadi Iyal. See, one should live by Gadi. Gadi means in religious terms, Ruah. It is called Ruah in the Old Testament. Ruah. In the New Testament, it is called Holy Spirit or Divine Breath. And in Tamil, it is called Pari, Sir, Sirgali, Vasi, Tadaibadakal, Vehakal. In ever so many terms it is called. It is the divine breath. Once you have got the divine breath, you can create any siddhis. You'll be endowed with all siddhis. Giving is eating, because the law of compassion says, the more you give, the more you receive. That is why God's body, this universe, is ever expanding. According to modern science, they say this universe is ever expanding. And 150 years ago, Vallalar mentioned this fact at the end of his Agaval poem. Algalindri Wongum Arutperum Jodi. Algalindri Wongum Arutperum Jodi means Algudal means law of entropy, second law of thermodynamics. Everything shrinks, everything loses its heat, everything loses its life, and finally dies. But God cannot die. He does not die. If he dies, he cannot be God. So, in order to evade and fight and conquer the second law of thermodynamics, law of entropy, he is always growing. How is he always growing? He is always giving himself to all the beings. His providence, he is always providing everything he has got to his children. That is why you find in the temple at Vallalar, which Ramling Swami built, there is no offering. You don't offer even coconut and banana, not even camphor, no offering at all. God is always giving you just by compassion, just by giving everything to his children. He is living and is ever growing, ever expanding. This universe, this cosmos is the body of God, and it is ever expanding according to modern science. In 150 years, Vallalar Swami was able to come out with this fact. So, when will we attain this immortal body? At the time, at the sixth level of food, that is when you have divine breath or ruah in your body. It is circulating inside our head. That is why we garland great saints and even newlywed people. It is called parivattam. At the time of wedding, the bridegroom is garlanded with this, that parivattam made in silver because it is white in color. Okay. At the seventh level, you attain Arutperum Jodi and you live only by providing everything by absolute compassion. So this is the clear-cut example of the food system of Vallalar. Of course, it is very difficult. I don't say it's easy, but one should go very slowly, and Vallalar Swami has given us 5 steps in his food system. One should not immediately enter into fasting. You will die. Be careful. And then, well, all I said in the beginning, all philosophies, all yogas, all wisdom traditions, all sciences are contained in that single word, compassion. I should explain it. For example, in the Western philosophical tradition, Plato is supposed to be the highest achievement. And one philosopher in the 20th century said, all later philosophies were only footnotes to Plato. And what did Plato offer us by way of justice or good? He said, wisdom, he was right. Wisdom is goodness. To be, that was given to us by Socrates and his disciples, Socratic. Art must do its duty towards the whole. This is justice. And Vallalar Swami gives us a simple definition. He says, what is dharma? What is justice? Any action done with the motive of compassion is justice. And what is adharma? Any action done without the motive of compassion is adharma, injustice. As simple as that. He is always simple. He is always scientific and clear-cut in his statements. So all these philosophies, for the past 50 years, I have been reading philosophy. In fact, I have written, I'm writing most of it is complete, a 3-volume philosophy of Vallalar. In the first volume, I have given all branches of philosophy and Vallalar's contribution to them. And in the next 2 volumes, I compare the world philosophers with the philosophy of Vallalar. And I try to prove in them that Vallalar's philosophy was superior to all of them, at least as good as these world philosophers. He is one of the greatest philosophers of all time. Okay. And then coming to yogas. What is yoga? Bypassing your thought. Even if you try to conquer your thought by pranayama, meditation, other things, it will be very difficult. But think of it, just in a single movement, you can bypass your mind. When you have compassion towards another being, what happens? You forget your thought, you forget your self-interest, you are not motivated. Immediately, your compassion takes you beyond the mind. You enter into yoga, you become a yogi at that moment. And Vallalar Swami says, compassion can give you, can make you a yogi, a jnani, can show you God himself and then make you God also. All these things are given in Jivakaranya Vidukam, book of discipline by Vallalar. I have elsewhere described all these things. I don't want to enter into them. So Vallalar was one of the greatest philosophers, one of the greatest yogas. I myself have given more than 16 types of yoga. Some of them are unheard of in world literature of yoga. Some of them are in English, some of them are in Tamil. They are available on YouTube, you can see them. And he tells us about more than 40 types of yogas. I don't find so many yogas in any other textbook of yoga. Even in Thirumandaram, we are given only 12 types of yoga. Okay, so Vallalar was one of the greatest yogis of all time. And then Vallalar was one of the greatest scientists of all this. For the past 30 years, I've been repeatedly saying to the public that Vallalar was a scientist, and unless you treat him, you consider him and treat him as a scientist, you will never understand. Because even compassion becomes a science in his hands. He saw everything from the point of view of a scientist. Of course, modern scientists stops with matter. And Vallalar Swami says thought also is subtle matter. And then love also is subtle matter. It is also made up of atoms. Anbenum uir olir anuve. Anbenum anuvul amainda peroliye. See, when an atom bomb is exploded, immense amount of energy and immense amount of light is exploded, is released. And he says, if you know how to explode an atom of love, you can see much bigger light, much vaster, much larger light. Anbenum anuvul amainda peroliye. And if you know how to explode an atom of absolute compassion, you'll have a big bang. You'll have a big bang. The problem with atom bomb and hydrogen bomb is that they are exploding this inorganic matter. But love is not inorganic, it is organic. And compassion is spiritual. So when these organic atoms and spiritual atoms are exploded inside your body, this body is an atomic reactor, the stomach is an atomic reactor, and your brain is an atomic reactor. And Vallalar Swami exhibited all these things in his life, and I have elsewhere explained all these things in my lectures. Well, and then what is the antidote to death? Vallalar Swami says, Kutrum kuruga bayandu kulaindu oditre. As usual, death approached Vallalar also to take his soul, and it fled from him because it was afraid to touch Vallalar, because his body was full of absolute light of compassion. What is absolute compassion? 100% light. And what is death? 100% darkness. It was afraid that it itself could be dissolved by this light. So it ran away. Vallalar Swami says, what is the only antidote to death? It is compassion, absolute compassion. So to the degree of absolute compassion you attain, you will be immortal. To that degree, you will be immortal. So try to get as much as compassion in your body. God himself revealed to him in the Agal poem. He says, உயிருள்ளான் எம்முள் உயிர் இதை உணர்ந்தே நீ உயிர் நலம் பரவுக என்ற சிவன். God tells him, my son, I am in all beings, and all beings are in me. So serve the beings. When you serve the beings, you are serving me. And in another place he says, அறிவு விளங்கிய ஜீவர்களுக்கெல்லாம் ஜீவகாருண்யமே வழிபாடு. For enlightened beings, what is the true form of worship? Serving all beings is the true form of worship for enlightened beings. And mokshavitin teravukol, compassion is the key to open the door of moksha. So when you open the door of moksha, according to Vallalar, unless you open the door inside your head, you cannot have even salvation. Even mukti is not possible. It is not, according to Vallalar system, not possible to attain moksha just by meditation, just by tapas and other things. Could be, they could attain other forms of God, like, religious gods, but not the ultimate form of Aruljothi, because he says, பொது உணர்வு உணரும் போது அலால் பிரித்தே அது எனில் தோன்றா அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி. Here adu means Tattvam Asi. Here it means Brahman of Vedanta. You can have Brahman, you can attain Brahman by your meditation, by your prayer, or by your tapas, but not Aruljothi. Because the one prerequisite, precondition for attaining Aruljothi is, you should consider all beings as yourself. Equality is a divine doctrine here. Equality is equal to God himself. பிறப்புக்கும் எல்லா உயிர்க்கும். Sage Tiruvallur told us some 2000 years ago. And Vallalar Swami says, even death should be equal to all. That is, everyone should have immortality. Not one person or two persons. The entire Homo sapiens must be turned into Homo Deus. Harari, you will know, Harari has written a whole book on Homo Deus. You can see what is happening. Well, so Vallalar Swami puts a lot of emphasis on compassion, because that is the only way for humans to become immortal as well as divine. There is no other way. In my book on deathless light body and deathless consciousness, I have explained the connection between compassion and immortality and divinity in more than 10 pages, 10 chapters in this book. See, science of matter and science of consciousness, science of matter and science of technology, science of consciousness, science of food and compassion. Now I told you about how food contributes to our immortality and divinity. Science of breath and compassion. Unless we have that, Vallalar Swami says, Sir, Sikchabai, Purchabai, Sire Sirandadu, Sittadu, Tirunal Pirandadu. When can you have miracle making powers? Only when you have that Sir inside your Sikchaba and Purchaba. And science of eyes, ophthalmology and compassion. And here, Swami reveals a very strange scientific fact. He says, my son, my daughter, God has blessed you with 5 forms of eyes and 5 forms of sight. In prose works, he says, Indriya Kachi, Karana Kachi, Jiva Kachi, Anma Kachi, and then Arut Kachi. So with these fleshly eyes, we can see only the physical object. And with your inner sight of mind, Karana Kachi, you can see even your thoughts. And with your psychic psychic eyes, you can see a soul, how many births it has had, how many births it is going to have, when will it die, all these things you can see. Actually, Vallalar saw that in the body of his friend, a sannyasi, and said to his disciples, he is going to live only for 6 months. You know the story. And with the spiritual eye, when it is opened, it is called the third eye. You can see all the dimensions. When the ultimate eye of compassion, divine eye of compassion is opened, you can see the entire cosmos, all the galaxies and all the dimensions, everything, and all the beings living in them. அண்டகோடி அனைத்தும் காணும் கண்கள் எய்திய அறிந்தேன் அங்கை கனி போல் அவற்றில் உள்ள செய்தியை பிண்டகோடி முழுதும் காண பெற்று நின்னையே பேசி பேசி வியக்கின்றேன் இப்பிறவி தன்னையே. So he says there are millions of galaxies with life forms. Now only science has come to that point where whether aliens are alive. But Vallalar Swami says 150 years ago, உயிர் உறும் அண்டங்கள் உலப்பில எண்ணில. Then they keep on growing in numbers. So galaxies, worlds with the life forms are innumerable, and he has seen all those forms. He has seen Pindagodi Muludum Kana Petre. So he has seen all these things. So how was it made possible? God opened his eye of compassion. Arul Kachi, Arul Vili. So that is dealt with in the science of eyes and compassion. And then science of information and compassion. Now we are being ruled by the information technology with our internet, our cell phones, and all these things are gadgets of information technology. And Vallalar Swami gives us the future technology of information. He says there are two types of knowledge. What we have now in the form of computers is a mechanical knowledge produced by matter, produced by these gadgets. And he says there is a higher type of knowledge. Anbenum uir olir arive. See, now our brain is like the electric bulb. It is dumb when electricity is not passed through that. When electricity is passed through that, what happens? The tungsten filament in the bulb, it gets heated and gives out fluorescent light. In the same way, our mind now is dumb. It is not shining. When love, the electricity is passed through it, it will glow, and after that glow, you will have a new form of light of knowledge. Knowledge of light. Anbenum uir olir arive. And there is a further progress. And he says, Arul arivu onre terul arivu mattellam irul arivu endru vagutha sivame. So beyond that knowledge by love, there is knowledge by absolute compassion. When you reach that, you will have absolute knowledge of the entire cosmos and all the beings and everything, past, present, future, everything you will have. I deal with it in this chapter. And then science of awareness and compassion. Today, much is made of this awareness and self-awareness and self-knowledge. And Vallalar Swami puts an end to this. What is the ultimate form of awareness? Compassion. And he says, Arulariyar Tammayariyar Emmayum Porulariyar Endasivame. God revealed to him, my son, unless you have compassion, you cannot have self-knowledge as well as God knowledge. You cannot have self-realization, you cannot have God realization without understanding and practicing compassion. Arulariyar Tammayariyar. They will not know themselves. Emmayum Porulariyar. They will not know me, meaning God. So self-knowledge and divine knowledge are possible only with compassion. I explain it here in this chapter. And compassion as the unifying force. Well, it's a scientific project. Einstein was in his last 30 years trying to discover a unified field theory, and he failed. That is what is called now as spring theory. According to modern science, there are 4 forces: gravitation, electromagnetic power, and then weak atomic force and strong atomic force. And Einstein wanted to unify all these 4 forces. He thought there must be one force that divides itself into 4, but he was not able to find out. Here, Vallalar Swami says that unifying force is absolute compassion, Arul. Only out of Arul or compassion, the entire cosmos evolved, and all its physical, natural laws. I explain it in this book. And then further, since he was a scientist, what were the transmutations that took place in his impure body when it was transformed into a pure body? There are some 39 mutations in this body that took place in his body. So he describes out of his own experience all these 39 mutations that took place in his body. I have translated them from, there is actually an entire chapter of transformation of body. In that chapter, you can see all these 39 transmutations. I have translated them and explained them. And then, what are the transmutations that took place in his Pranava body? From pure body to Pranava body, there's a change. And there are some other mutations that took place in his body when he attained that Pranava body. What is a Pranava body? It is explained in the flag meditation. When he hoisted his Sanmarga flag after attaining it, he described what took place in his body. I have given it in my lecture on flag meditation. So that is the Pranava body. And this Pranava body is called as a digital body by Dr. Michio Kaku. Dr. Michio Kaku says, with the digital body, you won't need any rockets to go to the galaxies. With your digital body, yourself can become a rocket and travel all over the galaxies. This was what Vallalar said, Pranava. Swami Inward says, my son, don't waste your time on picnics on this earth. Concentrate the
Hi, everyone. It looks like Kupusamaya has dropped out again. It's probably his bandwidth network playing up. We'll just give him a minute or two to jump back on and we should be good. Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you now, yes.
Okay, ma. Now, let us pass on to other topics, scientific topics of modern science. Dr. Michio Kaku says Einstein's relativity theory stopped with 10 dimensions. That was why he was not able to solve his problem of unified field theory. Now it is called string theory. And Dr. Kaku says it can be solved by the 11th dimension, by calculating in mathematics about the 11th dimension. But Vallalar goes beyond that. In the Agwal poem, he says there are many, many dimensions. And particularly, he mentions about 3. Ekadasam, that is the 11th dimension. And he says there are 2 more levels. 13th dimension, Trayodasa Nilai, and then Iran Nilai. 16th dimension. And 16th dimension is the topmost supernal dimension, he says. So he is living in infinity. Vallalar Swami is living in infinity. He can travel all over the dimensions, and he can bring back any dead souls back into this world scientifically. And Vallalar Swami adds one more thing about his immortality. It is not immortality, it is divinity itself. We have to modify our topic, because in one poem he says, when the entire cosmos and all its 5 Panchabhutas are dissolved in the great deluge, Pralaya, even at that time, I will be alive, O my Lord, you know, and I will be singing hymns of praise to you. Buddha, பாராதி பூதம் ஒடுங்கும் காலத்தும் நின்னை ஏத்தி கழித்து வாழ்வேன் இதற்கும் ஐயம் என்னையே. So he will be alive forever. And he says there are 5 stages in this. This reality is composed by Maya, created by Maya, Asutta Maya, semi-pure Maya, and pure Maya. And beyond that, there are 2 levels. And Vallalar asks us to transform our atoms in this, and it doesn't stop there. Even pure Maya, the gods have that, the 5 gods of creation, sustenance, destruction, obscuration, and grace. They have got this impure Maya. They can live for a long time, but after that they will also die. And Vallalar Swami says in Agal poem stages, Tattvam Anaitum Tamurungolindida, Sattvam Ondre Tanithinendrongida. So all these tattvas, 36 tattvas, must be transformed into Sattvam, that is love. And that love should be transformed into Aruperum Jori. Tannaye enakalithu thannarul oliyal ennai veditha entani anbe. That is the ultimate state. That was what took place in 1874 on Thaipusam day to Vallalar's body. And he wants us all to attain that level. This must be understood by the idea of immortality and divinity. And Vallalar Swami says, evolution can be measured by food habits. If you look at the human history, you can see only 3 levels, and there are 4 more levels. What are they? In the beginning, there was cannibalism, man eating man's flesh. And in 1,000 years' time, well, the habit was dropped. Now, non-vegetarianism is practiced by humans. Well, long ago in India, vegetarianism was practiced by a substantial number of people. And now veganism has sprouted. So, say in a few thousands of years, this non-vegetarian habit might also be dropped. And then vegetarianism will also be dropped.
Hi everyone. Looks like there's been a little bit of back and forth on YouTube because obviously that's a little bit of a delay in playing. Maybe right now we can jump into our group discussions. Kupasami Aya, thank you so much for the knowledge you've shared. We'll just maybe open the floor so people can maybe ask you questions, and any of the other speakers questions if there is any. And I'll like to invite Mr. Muruganandam to conduct this group discussion, please.
Thank you very much, Surya. Now we are getting into our next phase of the session today, our group discussion. Today we have had a very good lineups of speakers and also the speeches, starting from Kimaya, introducing us the reasons to go to vegan world, and also why we supposed to get into preserving our tree ancestor, our own families, the animals, kingdom, and why we need to treat them also part of us. Followed by Dr. Shailesh Rao, continuing that Kamaya's note, explaining how we are destructing the planet and what's a urge and need to preserve once again so that our generation and upcoming generations will live peacefully and blissfully. And Daya Doje gave us a very profound message of being compassionate all the time, 24/7. Practically, it's difficult, but it's something doable, achievable by everyone. And Romarishi, he brought us back to the Siddha's world, explaining the different aspects and state of the superheroes, as in his own words. And Dr. Tilragu, he got into one step further with Vallalar's messages of following the compassionate way of living and how we can get our physical body transformed into higher states and in turn to reach that level of Arikparinjodi and also achieve a byproduct of being immortal. So now Mr. Kupusamaya gave more insights about the scientific techniques and practices and quoting all other prominent researchers and scientists who are in line with going into immortal way. Now we are getting into the next phase of consolidating all the discussions which we had from the start and get into closer to the concept of compassionate and how compassion brings the immortal state within us. So now let's get into a group discussion with all the speakers and Muthuchodaya Selam Kupusamaya to get into a closer look on the topic. Any questions from the participants, please put your questions into the chat. We can get those questions to the panel and we can get their views. Thank you.
I request Dr. Shanmugamurthy to give his views on compassion and immortality.
Can you unmute me the other line, please? Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Can you unmute me, please? I'm in 2 lines.
Yeah, you try now. Yeah, you'll be able to do that. You please do
Okay. Okay, thank you. A wonderful day today. It's a lot of energy. We had a very good session. I totally enjoyed the sessions. I canceled all the programs, so I was exclusively, seeing how this session goes. It was like really deep diving into dimensions of compassion. My view, as I told you, is the compassion should be the basis of our education system. If we cannot change the education system with compassion, it's a utter failure that we cannot move forward. So this level of compassion should come from kindergarten. And we should develop a curriculum. And this curriculum should be a co-realization model where all of us put together and maybe we submit to the government or get permission, whatever way it is, because these are some areas that people even in India or UGC or any other, forget, the other countries. But in Asian countries, at least in India, it's even difficult to approve something like this because there is a Ayush department which deals with there's a department for medicine, etc., etc. There is and the UGC only concentrates on the modern education. So it's very difficult for something like this to be approved. But I'm thinking that's why we have our Siddhaveda is already doing this. We are looking for accreditation because accreditation process is not, it's just they don't look at technical, it's a technical aspect more than, the content. So if we can have that kind of syllabus that goes to the level, because we are not experts in teaching kids. It's the most difficult part is to teach kids. We can, so we need experts who can teach kids, who can, like Dr. Shailis Rao was talking about, one of them were mentioning about games and in Russia. So one of the speakers, I think, speaking about games played in, the students are raised in Russia in a different way. So we have to find out games of compassion, how this can be done. And, we have to, bring that kind of a syllabus, and that will change the world. So if we can pioneer in that area, I think we can reach into different levels. This is one level I'm talking about. Definitely, the other idea is to co-realize the university in an higher dimension, because we cannot wait until this thing happens. But people are already experts in giving this the subject to the master level, PhD level students. So a lot of experts are here. So thinking like, see, today individual universities are a failure. Universities cannot sustain because they all are running out of funds, or there are alternative universities. If you can take Maharishi University of Management or SAY Group, they all have problems with funding. Funds are a big problem because they are limited to their perspective. So what we can do, the best thing is to bring all the different institutes as departments, and they coexist. And that way, you don't need, because individual have expanded to, companies and university, institutes today. Every individual little kids, they have institute because so much Vata knowledge is expanding. And the only way we can co-realize is together, if we can bring a university of compassion, that will change the world. It could be an online university. It really doesn't matter. We don't need really anything today. It could be an online university, and bring all these aspects together, compassion. And we just have to, give the courses, and that will break down into schools and other things. So we can do that in the later run. So that's my thing about compassion, because compassion, there's no level of compassion, how much compassionate we can go, because we already accumulated all the karmas by already going into bigger houses, having cars. I mean, now it's difficult to just give up things. We have families, and families they have perspectives, it's difficult to change the family members. Kids grow, they grow in a different environment, and the world is influencing, and we cannot be alone. And do we have to be a sannyasi in the family? Then it's a difficult task. So today, so the level of compassion, there is only level we can talk, and we can probably achieve. We have a timeline, milestone, and accordingly we can move on. Probably we all have to do it together, and it's possible. There's always a plan. We can achieve it. But as we said, it's a collective effort, and there is nothing like an individual can do, because we can only control a little bit of things. There is always in our ancient knowledge that you can control things completely, things that you cannot control at all, and there are things that can be partially controlled. So the ones that we can control, if we can control to that extent, we are great. We can do some food and eat, or you don't eat food, this is under your control. But if you want an organic food, and your neighbor is having a garden that's with GMO and etc., you will have the bees come in, and so this is not controlled by you. It's a partially controlled. It's partially controlled. You could control some things, but if it's something like a tsunami or corona, whatever, COVID, you don't control this. You can't control this. So always there are no controls. Okay, so that's my thing. So we have to control the things that we can, and that could be the compassion. The compassion aspect of it, if we can take care of within ourselves, like what can be controlled in that area, if we are compassionate, that'll be a great success, I think. Thank you.
Please tell some words on Vallalar. This is Vallalar's 198th birthday.
Of course. Yes. So Vallalar has influenced me before my birth. I was in my mother's womb, and she was like, she consumed some medicine, because I was a third kid, and they didn't want me actually, but somehow she went to the hospital and then decided, oh no, I should have this baby. I'm not going for abortion. I just read Vallalar's Jiva Karunya. I cannot do abortion. So now she need to revive that baby. They started to recite the Tiruvarpa. So she kept on doing the mantras for 8 months, and I was born. So this has influenced me, because she didn't take the medicine. I stopped to take medicines myself. In the Western type of medicine. So this, because Vallalar, when I was 4-year-old, I rolled down from a 15 to 20 feet revetment that broke down, and the boulders were rolling, and my mom said, nothing happened to me, safe, because I was reciting the Mahamandram. So this Mahamantra was influencing me. I started my meditation when I was 5 years old. With the vilak, the lamp meditation, and I cannot say there is a day I don't think about Vallalar. It's become part of me, and that turned into like total compassion. I know the time has come, and it is Vallalar who's guiding this. I see that. I see every day. I see the compassion. It's going deeper, and I'm feeling it. And it's time that we co-realize, and that's also guided by Vallalar. And I have no words to express this kind of a knowledge, how much this person's knowledge has expanded into all dimensions of life. I mean, this itself is a big university. And I mean, because see, many Siddha doctors and all, I learned Siddha, Marmakalai, all kind of things. But then at the end, Vallalar also learned this. And at the end, he said, he learned all Marmakalai, everything. And then he decided that there is more very special medicines. As you evolve, there's no need of this kind of medicine, because these are medicines are for people who eat food, normal food. So you need to, almond, everything is there. So when you directly get that kind of a food, the energetic food, you no more need this medicine. So that's what he realized. So he's sitting on top of the Siddhas. So you have an advanced knowledge. You don't have to review the Siddhas, because he already reviewed it. It's an easy way now. When you take Vallalar's things a little deeper, it's already the answer is there. He has reviewed, he referred to all the sage scientists before he came. And he advanced spirituality in terms of physics concepts, amazing thermodynamics and space concepts. There's nothing like Vallalar. That we need to bring this out as to the scientific world, like Dr. Kupsami was talking about, the dimensions of space. And this is really time for all of us to join together with, this point. So thank you.
Very interesting, Mr. Shan, that your very birth is connected with Vallalar right from your mother's womb. That's really interesting to note that. I take note of one of your mentions, that is forming a University of Sanmarkam. Actually, this is what ringing in my mind also for a long time. I'm writing the syllabus also for that now, for the University of Sanmarkam, because we should take the target audience should be the children. Instead of targeting 60, 70 years old people, should go to the schools and colleges so that it spreads faster. Actually, in fact, I would like to tell you, you have covered more than thousands of school students now under this course of teaching Vallalarism to those people. Small terms to that mind. So it's already on. But what I think is, I take note of, lead of your thought. We should have a sort of a University of Sanmarkam, where should have a very consigned syllabus for that, whether we do it personally or through the government. I am with you, Mr. Shah. I'm already on that thinking, where I'm already started writing the syllabus also for that.
Thank you. Wonderful you mentioned this. This is very important, because we can, the syllabus is not the problem. The problem is that we are not yet ready for creating that kind of a syllabus for a universal in a universal language. So that is where we need to bridge the gap. The East and West need to bridge the gap, and then it could be an universal syllabus. Actually, that's one challenge that we have. And if we can do that, we don't have to rely on, because we have online things now. We can do it, telecast it, or whatever way we do it. It can go all over the world. And yeah, so thank you.
Couple of questions. Am I audible? Hello?
Yeah, I'm audible, sir.
Okay, yeah, I have to leave, but I thought I'll make a couple of points here. You know, in his last talk, Perupadesam, Vallalar emphasized Andavicharam, cosmological inquiry, and Pindavicharam, which is biological inquiry, which also includes genetics. So that's something to communicate to our students and young people. In addition to the ethic of compassion, we need to focus on scientific inquiry, primarily cosmological inquiry and biological inquiry. So that's one thing to consider. And I believe I gave a talk to the Vallalar Universal Mission United States, and I elaborated on a curriculum for a university and college that would be based on Samarasa Suddha Sanmargam, kind of educational philosophy of Samarasa Suddha Sanmargam. I think it's available on YouTube. And I have a couple of questions here, two questions for Mr. Kuppaswamy. One has to do with his claim, which is interesting but puzzling, that compassion itself is a science. Now, it's sensible or intelligible to claim that there is a science of compassion. You know, you can subject it to scientific study, psychological study and everything, its social effects and all that. That is intelligible, the science of compassion. It's also intelligible or sensible to claim that there ought to be compassionate science. That is, science governed by the central value of compassion and not koduram, like the testing and use of atomic weapons and other biological weapons and all that kind of stuff. But what does it mean? This is the question. What does it mean to say that compassion itself is a science? We know that Vallalar accurately described passion as anma urukam, or soul melting, at the sight of or hearing about the suffering of a being. So what does it mean to say that this anma urukam is itself a science? Right? Jiva Karunyam is, of course, systematic practice, but how is it a science or vijnanam in the usual sense of the term? That's my first question. And then my second and last question is, Michio Kaku, his notion of digital immortality is simply the claim. It's all just claims that we can map the entire pathway of the human brain. We are far from that right now, okay? Just give you a little illustration. We don't even know how we are able to lift a finger, okay? Choose to lift a finger, that element of choice, that simple voluntary action of lifting an arm or lifting a finger, we don't have an adequate account in terms of neuroscience. We can describe the mechanics, the muscular mechanics and all that, but we don't know what this choice is. How is it that I decide whether to lift my hand or just keep it down? So there's a lot of tall claims mapping the pathways of the entire human brain, including memories, and then create computer programs that would simulate the person whose brain data we've used. Of course, as I said, it's a tall claim, but even if you assume that it's plausible or reasonable, what does it have to do with Vallalar's observation on Pranavadeham? As I elucidated, Pranavadeham is the result of transformation of the subtle body or Sukshma Sariram by the action of Aritsakti. We have Sthula Sariram, physical body, Sukshma Sariram, subtle body, and Karana Sariram, causal body. And when they are transformed by the action of Aritsakti, we have Sutta Degam, Pranavadeham, and Jnana Degam. So I don't see what the connection here is between Pranavadeham and Michio Kaku's tall claims about digital immortality. And let me just conclude by pointing out that, as I said, Vallalar emphasized scientific inquiry. cosmological inquiry and biological inquiry. But I think we have to be careful not to simply graft or add different kinds of scientific things onto Vallalar. I think we have to proceed carefully because some of these scientific claims are just speculations, okay? They're not established truths. So we have to look at established truths, and then we have to look at what Vallalar has actually said, and if we see some correspondence, yes, certainly we can talk about it, but if you're talking science, you have to go by the evidence that is given for scientific claims. Otherwise, we'll end up like these guys that talk about how the Vedas already give you space science and all that. It's all just nonsense, okay? So we have to be careful there, but certainly, yeah, we have to promote Vallalar's emphasis on scientific inquiry. And if you're doing that, I'm, fully supportive of that. Let me rest there. Thank you.
Sir, at the outset of my speech, I mentioned that there are 6 levels of matter. Perhaps you didn't notice it. Inorganic matter, organic matter, mental matter or thought in man, and then psychic matter, and then spiritual matter, and then divine matter. So compassion only materializes itself in all these 6 forms. And one denomination of compassion can be transformed into another denomination, just like money. It's only the only energy, the source of energy. I said in the beginning was absolute compassion. Arul, Vallalar Swami says Arul Perenjodi. And before that was Arul Perenjodi. So Adiyum Andamum Agiya Arul Perenjodi. Adi means in the beginning. Anadi means before the beginning. Adiyum Anadiyum Agiya Arul Perenjodi. So when I say Vallalar was a scientist and he deals with the science of compassion, that is the future science of compassion, higher science of compassion. Well, I have made research into this for more than 4 decades. I have explained all these things in my books. Wait, let me complete. And long before, the French philosopher René Descartes said, he solved the mind-body problem like this. Okay. How our mind influences the body, how our body influences the mind. Now it is called psychosomatic medicine. But he says there is a medium gland called pineal gland where the thoughts are converted into reflexes and all the other limbs act upon it. But it was not accepted in those days. But according to Siddha system, pineal gland does a lot of things. In fact, that is the connecting link between physical matter and mental matter. And the Siddha tradition goes one step further and says, inside the pineal gland, there is.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Where is the pineal? Which Siddha?
Let me complete.
No, which Siddha is asking about?
Wait. I allowed you to complete your speech. Let me complete. So these 6 types of matter are dealt with Vallalar in all of their details. And what was your second question?
The second question was about Michio Kaku digital immortality. And
well, I don't say exactly his digital body was Pranava body. About Vallalar, about Pranava body, Vallalar has given us a lot of details. It goes beyond the digital body. Okay, well, it has the capacity to roam all over the universe. And he has given us a lot of details about the Pranava body. And Dr. Michio Kaku gives us only a speculative notion of the digital body that could take place in 1,000 years' time, he says. I only indicated that Vallalar was scientific in his idea. It was not idea, it was his experience. He had the pure body, Pranava body, and Gnostic-like body. Sutta Pranava Jnana Deham, and has given us all the scientific details we need in his prose works as well as in Agaval poem and other verses. So, in whatever perspective you look at it, Vallalar deals with the future science, higher sciences. like cosmology and anatomy and physiology, how to change the very basic anatomy of the human body and physiology of the human body. All these things are given in the chapter on transformation of body in the Agal poem and in other places also. So when I say Vallalar was a scientist and he knew more about science than all the present day scientists, well, I have made research for more than 4 decades, I tell you, and I explain them all in my books and lectures. Please first listen to all those things and read them. And then if you are still unconvinced, after that you can ask me some questions. Because I don't have to, I don't have the time to explain all these things now.
No, I'm not asking you to explain. I think you misunderstood the questions. My first question was, what does it mean to say that compassion itself is a science? I wasn't challenging anything to do with Vallalar's emphasis on science or that his inquiry might agree with ongoing scientific research. I wasn't challenging any of that. I listened to your talk. I'm familiar with the literature. I've already mentioned that I've been exploring. I don't claim to be an expert. I have been exploring Vallalar's teachings. I consider myself a student and I'm open to new interpretations and new suggestions. But my question was, in what sense is compassion itself?
I gave you the answer at the end of my lecture, sir. You see, there are four forces. You recognize them as scientific ones: gravitation, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, and strong nuclear force. And Vallalar says the unifying force of all these forces is compassion. Is it scientific?
No,
Does it sound scientific?
It's Aritsakti of Arutparanjoti. That's not to be confused with the Jivagaranyam, which is the compassion of the individual soul. So in any case, okay, I think, yeah, well, anyway, thanks for your clarifications. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I add on to your question, Aya? So, Kupsameya.
Yes.
Yeah, so so the what Kupsameya was talking about, I can see from because I'm a physicist, so I'm not talking about science from, hardcore science. I'm talking about here, when you talk about force, let's see what force is. A force is nothing but, if you have a particle in the center, and now according to the modern science, the particle will have to move. So you have a particle and you have a space, and the particle need to move now, right? So either the space is doing something to move the particle, or the particle has its consciousness to move, right? So here the thing is that in modern science, is like it is happening by itself. Two particles attract. It is, so you have a force which is not guided here. Here, what we're talking about as a compassion is that who is giving the instruction? That's that is inside. It's a science. Basically, if you because science has neglected that part of compassion, so they're coming from, the particle it's a force. The force itself is compassion. So if you look at a little closer, because of the view we get from modern perspective as science, we neglected the whole thing that the consciousness beginning itself is a compassionate one, and force is actually compassion. It's that because it is making its own decision here.
The important point here is the distinction between scientific study of something and say that something itself is science. Forces are not science, but we have, of course, the science of forces. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. We can have a science of compassion, a scientific study of compassion, which would include some of the things you pointed out, but it makes no sense to say compassion itself is science. It's systematic. It's not, compassion is anma urukam, which is soul melting. You can say that can be studied scientifically. That makes sense. But that anma urukam itself is not science. Obviously, it's anma urukam. That's all I'm saying. There's a confusion of concepts in claiming that compassion itself is science. That's all I'm saying.
No, he's saying it is scientific. I think Dr. Kupswamy was talking that it is scientific. It is scientific in nature. That's what I think you are all on the same page. Yes. Okay, sir. I think we should.
We can stop here, I think, sir. But
Right.
views will be different always. Both views are there. We can stop here. We can go ahead, I think, sir.
Right.
Any other questions for anybody? We can go ahead with the other questions.
Sir, maybe we can hear from Dr. Shailesh Rao.
Yeah, Shailesh
He has a point to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fundamental thing that's keeping the universe together is compassion. I think that's what I'm getting, the message I'm getting here from this discussion. And I think that is at the core of our being anyway, and so, and children get it so easily. And I'm teaching a course called Animals, Earth and Me, which is like an after-school course with a few others who also have an animal sanctuary. So they're showing the animals living in the sanctuary, and I'm showing the children what happens to wild animals and what is happening to the earth. And you just have to give children the facts, and they get it right away. And it's beautiful to see how it is so fundamental to all of us. We are born with it.
Exactly. Very, very, very nicely said.
Thank you. I think there are a couple of questions from the audience. There are two people who have raised their hands.
Shruti, can you just point out there?
Excuse me.
Shruti?
Request the audience to type your questions in chat window.
Can you please read that question? What?
No, question is not yet put there.
Yeah,
Request, yes. Those who raise their hands, please put your questions inside chat window.
So please excuse me, I have one more meeting, I have to go. Thank you.
Can we hear Dayaji's view? Dayaji?
Yes, of course.
Man with smile.
Well, this is common discussion I hear when I am in India, and I think it's like the snake biting its tail. And it goes on and goes on. Everybody is trying to discuss about principles and things who are like never, if they didn't even experience it in themselves. It's all about the mind. And this is not like this that Sudak Samargam will go forward, If everyone will be more transparent with each himself and share in the depth of the real experience and the real understanding, and not going by the book. Forget the books, even what Vallalar said, then we'll come to better understanding. And maybe then something can be really created in a sense that, okay, we can educate people. But like this, I'm sorry, I don't think you can educate nobody. It's just mind, You change one philosophy for another philosophy, or you change one religion for another religion. But it's not speaking from the essence of your being, and what has been your experience, and how you get there, and what do you see, how you can move forward in this direction. So this is what I like to share. And also about the schools, now you're speaking about school, university, online, and all this. This is also mind. If you want to live in a way of the Arul Jothi and the grace and all this, the kids need to be in nature. They need to learn how to respect life, and they need to be with beings who are already free, so they can follow the track. It doesn't mean you need to reach these high realms or whatever. It's very simple. It's very basic. We have to come down here. Just living on the highway plains and blah 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 blah. It's already saturated in the mind. There's no point. We can carry on for decades like this, and nothing will be done.
Thank you, Mr. Daya. Only one small addition to your point. When we said school or university, doesn't mean that we are going to take the immortality to the LKG or UKG students. It's not like that. This culture, these traits and these all values should start from the young blood. That's the whole reason behind it. For example, compassion, as Mr. Shaileshji was telling, even small young kids, when they move the animals, they understand what is the love to the other animals and all these things. So the compassion starts. So actually, compassion starts from the home. It's not that it starts from somewhere from Himalayas. So I agree with you. So there are different stages of compassion. That's a start from the childhood. I think you will agree with me. Some question, any other questions, sir? Somebody raise their hand. Your points are well taken, sir. Dayaji, excellent. Yes, especially the one point what you said, the door to immortality. You started your speech with the word, the door to immortality. It was really very nice. After that, whatever the points you have been saying, very comprehensive. Thank you. I think you moved it.
Okay.
Gauri, any other questions from participants?
There was a question from participant here.
That's
from YouTube. They were asking like, how do we know which Tirai among the 7 screen they are at present? How can one find out which screen they are among the 7 screens that Vallalar explained?
Actually, in Tirai, we should understand one concept, sir. Vallalar talks about that 7 screens. The Tirai is a philosophical, it's a tattvas. For aspirants like us, beginners like us, he says a different 7 Tirais. Thukamum, one song, Tayum Yenarumayum Tandam, that song he says, Thukamum, Swambalum, Toyarum, Mayayum, Vinayum, Maripum, Anavum. These are 7 hill points which brings us down every day, like sleep, sorrowness, and ego. He says 7 things. For us, as aspirants for us, we should take these 7 aspects as a Tirai. But if you're coming to the Tattva Tirais, Vallalar says in prose section, out of 7, we have to do an effort immediately. What he says, Vallalar Swami is going to appear before us with Aruljothi. Aruljothi and Vallalar both are going to appear before us. The time is very short. It's going very near. It's going to happen in the near future. That's what he says. He says Tarunam. He says they are going to come. Before that, we aspirants have to do one effort. That is to remove Karum Pachai Tirai. What he says, that Tirai only you should first work with. That to half of that Pachai Tirai is made of 2 portions, top one and bottom portion. What he says in Tirurpa 4th portion, he says this. If you work with that Tirai and remove the bottom half, when God comes, when Swami Vallalar comes along with Aruljothi, he will take you immediately to the higher degree of Sutta Sanmarkam towards immortality. Those who are not done, he will only help them to remove the bottom. That's what he says. So this time is very short now. It's very near. They are going to appear. Before that, you start working with the bottom of that Tirai. That is Karum Pachai Tirai. You remove the bottom half. When you remove that, before he comes, then he will help you to take it to the higher level immediately. That's what he says, sir. So as aspirants, you have to work towards that only. And tool, what he says is Nitya Karma Vidhi, Indriya Karana Jiva Anma Odka Vidhi. And out of 4 also, sir, that Anma and Jiva Odkam is not immediately required for you and me. You first start with the Indriya Odkam, Karna Odkam, then God will help you to the Jiva Odkam. That's what he says in Sanmarkam. So the Nitya Karma Vidhi, also these 4 disciplines, we have to adhere to with a full of compassion of mind. That is a way to work out the half of that Karum Pachai Tirai. That's what he says in the Arulpa 4th portion.
one more question from the audience. How is compassion related to love?
Well, I can go on this, my perspective of the compassion and love. So we can say, for example, you are looking at a plant and you're feeding the plant, like you're pouring some water. And every day you do. This is just out of love you're doing, probably because you have a bondage with the plant you're taking care of. But you forget to see that the plant is a living object. Every day you're not looking the Anma. When you look at the Anma, you feel that the plant is also another, it's another jiva that is living. It's like another human being. That if you miss that point, then that's not called compassion. So the compassion is beyond love. It really, you could be compassionate even with your own kids. We have love, but we may not be compassionate. That's why we shout at our little kids. We are shouting because we have love, but we cannot shout because if you're having compassion, you cannot shout at your kid because you see that the Anma, the soul, the consciousness is inside that kid, and that's what is working through, and will not get angry. So this is the difference between compassion and love from my few cents.
Well said, sir. Any other questions, sir?
A question from the group. What are the different types of meditation that are being taught today that are in line with Vallalar's teaching?
Any speaker wants to answer this, or shall I? Please, sir. Anybody, sir?
Well, you answer, sir. I can also add on if nobody's answering.
Actually, this is one subject debated for long in many Sanmarka forums in Tamil Nadu especially, because Vallalar says in post portion again how to do the meditation. Actually, sir, he says we have to first imagine. He uses one word called bhavana. Bhavana means vanaidal in Tamil. This vanaidal means you imagine something. You have to go with that preset first. So what he says, think there is a Karpura Deepam in forehead. Forehead, there is a light. You imagine that. Start focusing on that. And Asave Nararaja Naran Madunvar. So in Varulpa, he says, to start the meditation, focus both your eyes to the center of the forehead. Imagine there is a lamp, as like a camp or something like Karpura Deepam. He says Karpura Deepam, like a lamp which is glowing, which is like slightly moving like a Nararaja dance. To focus on that, start. There is a starting point, he says, for the, and some of the songs also he says, sir, Kayuravanadhanadu Kanpurva Puttu, he says in another song also. Kanpurva Puttu, Kan means this, Purvam this. There is a lock which you have to see into that. That's what Kadavai Tirandu Ullekana Ulavanike Uraitane. There is a secret you need to open the center door here. So we have to focus there only. Focus your right eye, which is sun, left eye, which is moon. The forehead point is Agni. Jodhiul, Jodhiul, Jodhi. Three Jodhi uses, no? This is moon, sun, and Agni. Focus there. And on that point, imagine that there is a light. For example, the last word he said when he entered into Siddhivalagam, Metukupam, he said one word. When he kept the lamp outside, he said, Deepam Unilayil, Devam Irupadaga, Bhavithu. So that underline the word Bhavithu, sir. Bhavithu means you assume that God is in front of this lamp. It doesn't say that lamp is God. What is in front of the lamp? That's nothing but light. Because there are three stages of lamp, he says. So the outside is a light, Odi. So you presume the God is in the form of light, which is in front of this lamp. So, கடவுள் தெய்வ முன்னிலையில் தெய்வம் இருப்பதாக பாவித்து நினைந்து நினைந்து என்று தொங்குகிற 28 பாசுரங்களில் கண்டுள்ளபடி, that is ஞானசரியை. He has sung 28 songs in ஞானசரியை. Whatever it is said in those 28 songs, you observe and follow this and use it for your meditation. That's what he said, for your worship. What he says, the first song itself, sir, நினைந்து நினைந்து உணர்ந்து உணர்ந்து நெழுந்து நெழுந்து அன்பே நிறைந்து நிறைந்து ஊற்றி எழும் கண்ணீர் அதனால் உடம்பு நனைந்து நனைந்து அருளமுதே நன்னிதியே ஞான நடத்தரசே என்னுருவின் நாயகனே என்று வனைந்து வனைந்து. Please underline that verse again. Vanaindu means again presume. Something like we have to imagine. Whenever somebody wants to draw a drawing, he has some imagination in his mind. Like that, you have to presume something to start your whole process. So the way in which he envisages in the fourth portion is to bring all both the eyes to the center of the forehead, presume there is a camphor light, see the movement of the light, focus start on that. When you progress and progress and progress, start up in the early morning at 4 or 4:30, then you'll advance in this. Those who are doing this meditation for many years, they have a lot of advancements thereon. Thank you.
Well, I just wanted to add on to things. See, yeah, it's a wonderful explanation. The other aspects of what Vallalar talks about meditation, one of the meditations he's talking about is it's called photomedicine. I call it photomedicine. Today, I offer this meditation to people who are eligible to do that. It is about lamp gazing and mirror. See, mirror and lamp, we don't know how much, I don't know there is any reference before Vallalar. There might be. But he has mastered, he has given dimensions of what kind of vilak or the lamp, what kind of material it should be made up of, how the lamp should be, and how the mirror, if you're looking at the lamp from the mirror, the stand should not be in front. So there are so many things that he did to understand how to do this, because remember, this is the only thing he used when he was alone in the room. And this is something to think about. I have a set of sequence. I've been teaching this for people who need that. And like that, Vasi, the ultimate Vasi Yoga has also been, because not all people, see, we have so many dimensions, everybody has. How much time we have to write author books? We have very less time. So there are people who learned from Vallalar, and some people, they teach in that line, but that's not in Vallalar's book. But they, generation through generation, there are some teachings there. Even Dr. Kupusami knows many of this. But there are other things, many people who have this knowledge, but it's not referred in the book. So if we can put this all together, we have pretty much, a lot of meditations that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
There is a question for me. As Shan stated that we need to have an eye to look at the soul of the outcome. What is that eye means? Well, this is the fifth eye I'm talking about. So Vallalar talks about 5 eyes. So one of the eye, so these are the 2 eyes. So normally we can see with these eyes, and we see objects. We see Alachaka Pitta, we call it, it's a Pitta that comes out and then it reflects back. And these eyes are seeing the things that are outside. But a third eye, when you have the third eye open, I mean, you see from a different perspective. It's the same thing, you filter and see. How you see, you're watching something on a TV or something, you will be also watching when you have a third eye. only the good things come to you. So that is the next level of third eye. But there is another eye which runs. So it's recorded. Once this information is recorded inside, even if you close your eyes, that imprints are reflected. It could be audio, video, a smell, touch, or taste. All these are imprinted and they're projected through the brain. They're projected and we are seeing that. And that's another eye. And the fifth eye, everybody does this, but the fifth eye is the most important eye. So we are not just looking at from the mind perspective, but beyond that, we are adding a dimension that's called compassion. The eye of compassion in everything, every move you make, you see that the compassion. Oh, am I stepping on an ant? Am I dressing the right, kind of dress? Is this affecting the planet? So this thing comes, whether am I eating the right food? It's so this kind of dimension in every aspect, that's called the eye of compassion. So that's the fifth eye. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shonaya. We appreciate the participants and everything that team has put forward today.
Let's go for the vote of thanks. Yeah.
Okay. Arutperum Jodi, Arutperum Jodi, Taniperum Karunai, Arutperum Jodi. Good day, everyone. I'm Mukundan Velachami from Perth, Australia. It's my pleasure to thank all dignitaries, both on and off screens, for guiding us all the way through the event. Our humble thanks to Dr. Shanmugha Ayya Lakshmananaya for introducing our speakers today with a great insight. You have filled everyone with enormous amount of positive energy from the start with the importance of compassion and how to start a day with it. Thank you very much, sir. It's a great honor to listen to Kimaya and her vision on Pinky Promise. We wish her all the best for her dreams comes true. And I also like to thank our speakers, Dr. Sailesh Rao, USA, Dr. Will Turtle, USA, Mr. Daya Dodge, Roby in France, Mr. Romarishi Siddhanath, USA, Dr. Tilragu, USA, Mr. Selam Kuppusamy, India. We would like to thank our advisors, Mr. Selam Kuppusamy and Pennada Muthujodi. SAR salute and gratitude to our event partners, Siddhaveda Center, a center for transdisciplinary studies, USA, Climate Healers, Veganism and Global Transformation, USA. We also extend our thanks to organizing partners, Vallalar Mission Malaysia, Vallalar Universal Mission USA, Vallalar Mission India for their support in this event. I would like to extend our gratitude to our broadcast partners, Vallalar Mission Malaysia, Arul Jothi TV, and Nadaimure Sanmagam for their broadcasting support. We would also like to thank Vallalar Mission India for their IT support and our gratitudes towards Gauri Amma, Jagadisan, and Hariharan for their support right from the beginning. It's a great pleasure to receive a creative flyer for the event created by Logendran Vinayagamurthy and Jabaya. Thank you so much. I also like to thank endearing MCs for today, Surya Shanmugam and Pataini Ramesh, who lit the event not only with their charmful presence on screen, but also make us feel warm throughout the program. A great thanks to all members of SAR family who worked direct and behind the screen, round the clock to make this event a great success. Event, not an event without spectators. I can't thank enough to all our viewers from various parts of the globe. Without you, this event will not be fulfilled. Thank you everyone for making such a blissful event. Thanks for making it a great success. Arutperum Jodi, Arutperum Jodi, Taniperum Karunai, Arutperum Jodi.
Arut perum Jyoti, Arut perum Jyoti, Dhani perum Karunai, Arut perum Jyoti, Arut perum Jyoti, Arut perum Jyoti, Dhani perum Karunai, Arut perum Jyoti. Arut perum Jyoti, Arut perum Jyoti, Dhani perum Karunai, Arut perum Jyoti, Arut perum Jyoti, Arut perum Jyoti, Dhani perum Karunai, Arut perum Jyoti. Arut perum Jyoti, Arut perum Jyoti, Dhani perum Karunai, Arut perum Jyoti, Arut perum Jyoti, Arut perum Jyoti, Dhani perum Karunai, Arut perum Jyoti.